especially for other countries in post-conflict environments. I'd like to welcome the broader SALO family present, and also welcome those that have joined through Zoom. Let me see. Yeah, and we would like to say thank you to New Zealand really for partnering with SALO in this very, very, very important work. And it is important work because as Mujozi has correctly put it, elections can be a form of a conflict, especially in our countries. And we've seen how when the results are disputed, how that leads to conflict. And we therefore appreciate that New Zealand has partnered with SALO and is supporting SALO's workshops in this regard. And I just want to say something. Oh, I just saw someone who just came in. Comrade Abna Musase, you're welcome. Yeah, he's a former ANC youth leader, ANC Youth League leader, and from the student movement as well. So what I just want to say quickly is that we have seen these SADC principles evolve since 2004, followed by developments in 2005, followed by further developments where there were decisions that were taken to ensure that at least there are observer missions, besides the institutionalization of democracy and good governance as adopted by ministers in 2004. So we have seen that these evolving, and I think we appreciate, and I think that's what we want to see these evolving as time moves. We would like to see these evolving. But we have also seen the observer mission of SADC also evolving in their approach, and also in how they report about elections and recommendations, so we also see that, and I think we have seen that with the recent elections in Swaziland, recent elections in Zimbabwe, where there's that, and I think we appreciate that, and even in South Africa, the beacon of democracy as we want to see it. But it's also interesting how reports would also highlight certain things that need improvement and certain gaps, and we have seen that happening. So with those few words, I'd like to welcome us all and say we look forward to an interesting engagement whereby we can also identify gaps going forward, that we can further lobby for further refinement of these SADC principles. I think Munjezi is whispering something to me. Okay. It's fine. Okay, he didn't whisper enough, so I didn't hear what he was saying. I'm sure he'll be able to say what he was saying. But welcome to everyone. Oh, I just missed somebody. I see we have Sis Miriam also present. Welcome, Sis Miriam. Okay, over to you, Munjozi. Oh, okay. Now I understand. Okay, Mujozi doesn't want to come back to the podium. He wants me to ask the High Commissioner to come. High Commissioner, over to you.
Ei nā rangatirama, ei kuima, ei koruma, ei hui nei. Tēnei aku mihi mahana ki a koutou. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. So bona, Dumilang, Molweni. Bon dia, good morning to everyone and warm greetings. I would just like to take the opportunity to use the protocols observed by our board member, Molly Delamini. Thank you very much. So all protocols observed, but a warm welcome to everyone and greetings from New Zealand. It's a privilege to be here today with you at one of the centerpieces of New Zealand's ongoing project with SALO. I'm delighted to have my colleague from Wellington here, Ms. Nicole Robertson, who's our divisional manager that covers Middle East and Africa. While this is her first time in Southern Africa, she was also our special representative to the African Union in Addis Ababa previously. So thank you for coming today, Nicole. And also thank you very much to Molly for your insightful initial remarks and the background to the project on promoting and strengthening civic participation in Southern Africa elections. I also want to acknowledge the attendance of colleagues from the South African government and our former ambassadors here and for their support for this event. Also to my diplomatic colleagues who are here today. Welcome also to the panelists, some of whom have traveled from neighboring countries for making their way here today and for the insights they're about to offer and to share. I was observing the poster over here, but somehow it seems to have moved behind me, so I don't want to block it. But I just wanted to point out building consensus on peace, human security and development. I don't know what could be more apt in the world today, so please make sure you have a look at that poster. As the New Zealand High Commission based in Pretoria, we're accredited to South Africa and 11 of the 16 SADC countries. South Africa, Lesotho, Eswatini, Namibia, Mozambique, Botswana, Angola, Tanzania, Malawi, Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Mauritius. It sounds like a lot, and it really is, but it's such an exciting region to be working in. Our New Zealand Embassy colleagues in Addis Ababa are also accredited to a 13th SADC country, the Seychelles, and we engage with the remaining 3 member countries, Madagascar, Comoros, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, through our multilateral missions in New York and Geneva. This is a busy and exciting part of the world, and I'm really trying to sell this to Nicole, so please do help me on this. One which holds a lot of opportunities, including for New Zealand. And so also a part of the world where it's important to engage on the issues that we all hold dear and which we're here to discuss today. In New Zealand, promoting democracy, transparency, governance, and free and fair elections are cornerstones of our foreign policy and speak to our values. We're proud to be consistently ranked one of the most transparent countries in the world. We're also proud of our long history of democracy, stretching back to our first elections in 1853 and being the first country to adopt women's suffrage in 1893. This is something we do not and should not take for granted, given the challenges to democracy we see in the world today. Our Foreign Minister, the Right Honourable Winston Peters, has spoken of the priority of one person, one vote to New Zealand domestic and foreign policy. Or actually in New Zealand and Lesotho context, our mixed member proportional risk systems are one person, 2 votes. We also recognise as part of our democracy the important role that civil society plays in holding governments to account by demanding standards of transparency. These concepts are important, especially as over half of all the SADC member countries have undergone elections, general elections or parliament elections during the last 18 months. According to the Economist Intelligence Unit's Democracy Index 2024, a wide range of democracies and regimes are present in the region. Uniting this wide range is SADC and the principles and guidelines governing democratic elections. SADC has a pivotal role in strengthening regional democracy. As part of that responsibility comes the importance of engaging civil society and hearing diverse perspectives from countries so that the opportunities, relevance, and challenges of democracy can be understood by all. The New Zealand High Commission team has been privileged to join the dedicated SALO convened online meetings from September to December last year, where countries' elections, the roles of civil society in each country, and the relevance of the SADC principles and guidelines were discussed. These meetings and the upcoming publication of a handbook help to promote and explain the principles and guidelines and action to support healthy, participatory democracies and civic education. For New Zealand, in addition to this program, we have 3 ongoing pillars of support for the region. There are many students now and public sector officials from across SADC who have participated in our Manaki short-term training scholarship courses on governance, trade policy, and English language training for officials. We plan to continue to welcome officials on these courses. We've also supported programs on developing good business practices and reforms in countries including Botswana, Lesotho, and Eswatini over the last 10 years. And outside of the governance space, we're proud to continue to support the region's transition to climate-smart agriculture and sustainable practices. And I see my colleague Tanzi is here today, so if anyone wants to know about climate-smart agriculture, please have a chat to her. And we are working with them through the CGIAR, the World Food Programme, and Outer NEPAD. And finally, our small grants program helps support community organisations working in women's empowerment, youth empowerment and economic development, and climate adaptation and resilience across our 12 countries of accreditation. So in conclusion, thank you to the panelists for sharing your insights. It's important that we reflect on what we have heard, what this means for the SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections, and what can we do to enable their implementation. And I think we've discussed these often at the higher level, and it's really important, I think, the work that SALO is doing is to help to see these to be implemented. So thank you all for being here today. A huge thank you to SALO team for all their hard work in putting this event together. I hope that what is shared here will form the basis for the handbook and for ongoing work in the region to build and grow awareness of and promote public participation with the principles and guidelines. Ngā mihi nui ki a koutou, ngia monga. Thank you.
Thank you, High Commissioner, for those insightful words. And I'm quite sure that we'll pick on the spirit and have even a more insightful discussion throughout the day. I want the panelists in the first session to get ready, and you come in the order that we have, in the order that is on the program. And as Tumelo gets ready to come, I want to say that so myself and Molly kept talking about elections being a source of conflict and tension. It's also, there is a flip side to that. They can be a cornerstone for legitimacy. They can actually be a source of a foundation for building states and for building countries. So it is important that we recognize that there are two sides to what could happen when elections happen. And I think that this discussion, its importance will become apparent even as we continue. I think the High Commissioner has given us a picture of where we're coming from. This is a culmination of a year of dialogue and discussions with people from the different countries across the region on what actually has happened in an election process, what are the challenges, what are the positives, scrutinizing the observer mission reports. And so hopefully today we will be very brief, but highlighting what we have seen throughout the year. And so my first speaker would be Tumelo Mkwena, who is the Executive Director of the African Center for Governance in South Africa. And for those of us who follow elections in the region, that's not my voice. It's, I don't know what's happening. The tech team. Okay. Is it still working, or I'm using my voice now? It's working. So for those of us who have followed elections in the region in the past 2 years, you will see that the African Center for Governance has really come strongly on the stage in terms of election observation. We have been with them in almost every election across the region where they have been observing elections with a very strong observer mission team. And so I know that besides Tumelo having input on the South African context, he is also very qualified to comment on what has been happening across the region. And we know that they have, in most cases, memorandum of understandings with most of the election management bodies across the region. So Tumelo, as you make your way to the podium, and we also have a few of our speakers speaking online. We have the signing in ceremony of a memorandum of understanding among political parties in Mozambique today. So our colleagues from Mozambique who were supposed to be in were also instrumental in crafting that memorandum of understanding, which President Chapo is signing today. So they will speak to us online. And I think we also have a colleague from Zimbabwe who will speak online. But Tumelo, can we come to the front? And Jill, if you can hear me, please prepare for your presentation as well. And Zoe, can you come to the front? And Stella. Zoe, Stella, and Tumelo. So I want to be a bit tough with the panelists because I know that they are competent enough to answer even some of the questions we had not given to them on time. I know that they have presented their inputs to cover each of your country situation, and Zoe will focus on the media and the SADC guidelines for Namibia specifically, but also for the region. It would be good to hear that. And I want Tumelo to just kickstart us in terms of sharing your assessment of how the SADC principles have evolved. What positives have we begun to see? What impact has that evolution have in terms of election management? I think Molly touched on the evolution. We started to see observer missions going. And so I want us to get that picture. But also, we coming from a South African election last year. What lessons can we learn or draw from the South African context and the South African election in 2024? So I'll kickstart it there, and then we'll come back with a second set of questions. But I want your initial inputs to be 7-8 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I think they had set this for people who are a bit taller than me, like Mr. Munjozi. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, and my name is Tumelo Mukwena, as it has been mentioned, and I am the Executive Director for the African Center for Governance. I'll share a bit according to Mr. Munjozi, but I'll just introduce what the African Center does in just 2 lines. We are a Pan-African organization dedicated in promoting governance, democracy, regional stability across the continent. Our mission is deeply rooted in fostering good governance practices, strengthening institutions, and supporting electoral processes. We work with governments. We don't choose which government to work with. We work with the regional bodies, private sector, and advanced democracy governance through research, advocacy, stakeholder engagement, and technical support. We have got a good working partnership with the SADC, and I saw my colleague there, Mr. Elijah, and we have got also a working partnership with the SADC ECF and a couple of electoral management bodies in the region, of which we got a bit of firing of why we have got an MOU with ZEC, which is the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. It's all over in the region. As we said, our doors are open to work with each and everyone that is willing to participate in the good governance within our region. It is an honor to be invited to make a presentation in this crucial meeting on discussing on elections in SADC, in the relevance and the electoral governance framework enshrined in the SADC principles and guidelines on elections. I'm excited to be making this presentation because my wish is to witness the development of strong democratic and electoral institutions in SADC. So as SADC member states, we can enjoy peace, security, human rights, democracy, and the rule of law entrenched in Article 4 of the SADC Treaty. I've structured my presentation to answer what my colleague have mentioned. But let me say, the first issue I'll focus on now is the relevance and the provisions of the SADC principles and guidelines and their relevance to the SADC member states. We probably pose a bit of questions to say, have these provisions enhanced democracy in the region? Or have they led to better or more durable institutions for electoral governance? The other part of my presentation, I will speak later as well about it, is to address the question on whether SADC member states have adequately captured or incorporated or domesticated the SADC principles and the guidelines in their electoral governance frameworks. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me to go straight to the topic as requested. The SADC principles and guidelines remain very instrumental in promoting electoral integrity in SADC member states. The guidelines and the principles to constitute a practical effort to monitoring, reporting, and observation of electoral processes, electoral institutions and electoral laws and policies in member states. A breakdown of the guidelines and the principles illustrate few key thematic issues that are critical to electoral integrity and democracy in SADC. I would say the first thematic concern in SADC principles and guidelines on election is that it formulates a normative system for elections that can guide states in formulating, amending, and enhancing their electoral laws and policies. The document dedicates an important part of these election norms, practices, ethics, expectations, and value system. And then the second thematic issue is that the principles and guidelines adopts an election cycle structure that meets the best practice and reflects on electoral cycles to have characterized election in the SADC in the past 5 decades. The structure of the electoral cycle is easy for member states to follow and easy for SAM to understand the purpose and observation and the reporting and the monitoring. As well as the principles and guidelines clarifies the framework for duties, obligations, and responsibilities of several actors in electoral process. There are clear responsibilities for member states, also for the SEAC and the COM, and for the organ of politics, defense, and security. And the last theme in the guidelines and principles is that they illustrate the framework of rules and the principles that must guide the electoral processes, namely electoral observation and reporting, civic and voter education, and voter registration. The existence of these rules is critical for role clarity and the conduct of CM and SEAC. An analysis of the rules on reporting and observation further demonstrates that the rules meet best practices and international standards. As they are, the rules provide much needed guidance whilst acting as a conflict management pathway. Ladies and gentlemen, let me move to the question that I proposed to answer earlier when I started on whether the SADC member states have accepted the SADC principal guidelines on elections. The answer is in positive. In my experience, member states have accepted not only election principles, but also the structure of the electoral cycle and the electoral processes entrenched in the principles. In my experience, member states are fully aware of the SIAM and they are fully aware of the SAC and are prepared to accommodate and engage SADC EOM when the reason of elections open. I'm happy to state that no SADC member state has brought any, I'm sorry for that. I'm happy to state that no SADC member state has sought to champion the non-application of the SADC principles and guidelines in their elections, and no contest either legally validity, there have never been any contest on their legal validity in courts or any other platforms from all member states. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue concerns whether, in light of all the above sentiments, the SADC principles and guidelines remain relevant to tackle emerging challenges in electoral governance in SADC or need reconsideration. To answer this, I would say the principles and guidelines remain very relevant today. The last revision of the principles and guidelines was in 2015, and this is a decade ago. Ladies and gentlemen, in my view, more than 90% of the provisions of the principles and guidelines remain intact, relevant, and powerful. Despite this, there are few issues that have risen in SADC elections that may necessitate few additions to the principles and guidelines. For instance, the principles and guidelines have no provision for SADC role in circumstances where there is a possibility of government of national unity or any power sharing arrangement. That speaks to us as in South Africa. Further, the provisions are silent on the way forward where there is only one presidential contestant. The principles are silent on the relationships between the COM and other election observer missions in the region. And surprisingly, if you go to the guidelines, 14.1E of the principles and guidelines on COM selection criteria, it says, in this regard, SADC shall include, among others, government representatives. It doesn't say only government representatives. Members of parliament, members of national civil society organizations representing domestic electoral observation groups, experts from national electoral management bodies, legal experts, and academics. I don't know if Mr. Elijah will help me there if they reach out to academics when they are putting together this year. And relevant social science and other relevant disciplines to formulate the COM. The issue of technology continues to be topical, and can the principles be acceptable in this ever-increasing digitalization of electoral processes? And what is the regulation of diaspora voting? It's also quiet in the principles. There are some of the issues that need to be considered as we take another look at the SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections. And I will just have to stop there. because the other questions I will answer it if given an opportunity. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tumelo. I think that was comprehensive and eloquent, giving us a clarity on what is practical, what the SADC guidelines are meant to do, but also going deeper into where the gaps are, what has been the challenges, where the guidelines are silent, what can we do about that? I think that he has laid a foundation for the other speakers to really take it from there. I gave him a lot of time, more than what I wanted to give him, because I thought he was giving a foundation for everyone else. So it means that we will have people not repeat what has been put on the table. Lily, can you check for me if Jill is in? And whilst Lily is doing that, let me welcome Ambassador Jerry. Thank you for coming.
Hello.
Ambassador Lindiwe. Ambassador Jerry and Ambassador Lindiwe, thank you for joining us. We're looking forward to getting your wisdom. Jill, thank you for coming. And our next speaker is Hermenegildo Muhovo, who is the director for the Institute for Multi-Party Democracy in Mozambique. He has been an ardent researcher for years in the region, particularly on Mozambique and Angola. One of the leading organizations on the post-election violence in Maputo or in Mozambique a few months ago. And Jill, I'm hoping that you were listening to Tumelo as he was speaking. And so that we avoid repeating the foundation he has laid, I wanted to give you some clear questions on based on your experience with the Mozambican electoral process last year, but also years before. What have been the most significant challenges that we sort of get in trying to implement the SADC guidelines? Because we think that if we implement the SADC guidelines, most of the challenges we face as member states will be maybe reduced. Has there been challenges in implementing, domesticating the SADC guidelines in Mozambique? But also, I think you owe us to the House to give us a sense of what happened briefly in Mozambique and what's happening now in terms of resolving the post-conflict, the post-election conflict. But also, is SADC involved in addressing the post-election conflict? Do the guidelines give us a sense of what we should do in the event that things don't go as smooth as we anticipate them to go? I know that you are signing the Mozambican people are signing the memorandum of understanding today. In the memorandum itself, are we referring to the SADC guidelines as a way of addressing our election challenges, or you are focusing on your internal instruments? In other words, I'm saying that if the SADC guidelines been accepted wholly by, for example, the Mozambican government, Tumelo talks about the SADC guidelines having been accepted by governments. One of the things that I would want us to drill down on is where do citizens stand when it comes to the SADC guidelines? Have they accepted them? Do they think that they are a solution to the challenges we face? But Jill, I've talked too much and I'm giving you less time. So you will speak for 8 minutes initially and then I'll get in, man.
No, thanks a lot. I don't know if the time will allow me to bring a little bit more of what I've already planned to bring. But let me say thanks a lot to SALO for this invitation, and my greetings to everyone there in the room. Unfortunately, I really wanted to join you physically, but as George has already said, today is a very important day for Mozambique. We are signing the terms of reference for dialogue in order to put an end to the demonstration that we're definitely having here in Mozambique. But I just think that this would be kind of an extra time if I'm given by Mzunz. Now, just going to the point, let me just tell the previous presenter that he's definitely right. One of the things that I just wanted to bring as a kind of a bad news is the fact that what we are facing now in Mozambique is exactly because of the mistakes that within these 30 years of our democracy we've been committing, by not following what is in the guideline. But the good news is the fact that we are learning our lessons, in such a way that I believe that in the coming election, the next elections, we're definitely going to take it seriously, especially because it now doesn't depend on people as such to follow it. It depends on people. People are owning those principles, So this is one of the biggest lessons that I think that now we and politicians are having. But just as a kind of a small introduction, let me just say that we as Mozambique, we had our elections. It was general election in 2020 last year. And from the result outcomes of the elections, we had the party Frelimo, which has been the one in power since our independence, has once again won the elections, and in a very controversial elections in terms of the acceptance of the results and irregularities. This is something that the reports, I think that even the reports of SADC, you definitely also going to see there. There were quite a lot of issues going on there. And this issue definitely speaks to the principles of the guidelines. Some of them that were very critical, we had really a lot of deficiency on following it, So this is exactly one of the things that definitely brought this kind of a problem. Let me just say that no glass overflows with a single drop unless it is already full. What do I mean with that? I mean that we are in this 30 year of democracy. I'm aware that we're still in the transition phase, young democracy, whatever you can say. But the issue is that this transition is really taking time. It's too slow for most of us as Mozambicans. And at the same time, the irregularities that we face, that we have accumulated, now comes as not acceptable. We're no longer in a stage of, let me say, procedural democracy, where we're trying still to set up the rule of the games, So it's 30 years. People, what they are demanding is that these, with the regulation that we have, I have to say that our constitutions in terms of democracy is really very progressive. And even with the legislation that we have on elections, we definitely see equality there, But the problem is exactly on the implementation, So those implementation is exactly where we're having issues. And let's note that formally we do really well in terms of domesticating what is in the SADC guidelines, but the issue is exactly on the implementation. The implementation is really problematic. And since this over 30 years, the problems are the same. Today we're dealing with all problems, but what definitely changed is the pressure that people are putting on institutions. Just for you to see, the outcomes of elections were difficult to be accepted by people. And at the same time, because of all those irregularities, institutions, in terms of the level of trust in the institutions, it really went down, And at the same time, we had this kind of a demonstrations going on, violence everywhere, and still people are pushing for our democracy to deliver. This is something that I also think that speaks to Southern Africa as such, and it's kind of I could see in elections in South Africa, I could see in Namibia as well, but the level of difference is the way our government really answered to it. People now have demands. People demand that our democracies should deliver. They are waiting for social dividends, So the fact that the irregularities undermining this transition from the procedimental democracy to substantive democracy, so developmental democracy. This is exactly what really frustrates people. People are coming out. Just to give you an example, from the registered people, which are 17 million in Mozambique, who registered to be to elect electoral, voters, we only had 40% going to the polls, you know. But now when it comes to demonstration that we see in the streets, we see that even the 60% of the people who didn't go to vote, they're coming out. And the kind of demands that comes is no longer demands related to, let me say, irregularities. That's why we say that now it's also showing the face of frustration when it comes to the delivery of the governance, you know. So people now are demanding a social dividend and economic dividend, as I said, change in their life. They are looking at this kind of a time and they say, we have been 30 years implementing democracy, but we don't see our life changing. And by the way, Mozambique, in terms of the level of poverty, we really did wrong in the last 10 years. From 45%, we are now 60% in terms of the level of poverty in Mozambique. So this is one of the things that I just think that it's also kind of speaks also to the fact that people in the region, and especially in Mozambique, they want our democracy to deliver. So just to give an example, one of the mistakes that we committed when it comes to the guidelines. So if you look at the 2.27, independence of judiciary and impartiality of electoral institutions. This was the huge, one of the biggest problems that we faced. In 2023 elections, you know, local elections, the judiciary did really well because we were having the system of electoral dispute being solved by tribunals at local level. So what happened from 2023 to 2024 is that we had a reform where we took the power of the district tribunals who used to deal with elections disputes, you know, and they did very well in 2023. We took it to concentrate it at central level in our constitutional court. We call it Constitutional Council, you know. So the effectiveness of this organ in order to solve the disputes is definitely very low, you know. So, and it can't definitely deal with all the disputes that were faced within the polls. And at the same secondly, our electoral management body, from all the elections, in terms of the credibility, it definitely has eroded in such a way that people are not really expecting, or we're not expecting that they could do different. And this was a really disappointment again, that the electoral management body brought results that even the Constitutional Council didn't accept. They have changed the results that the electoral management body brought, in a way that since 2023 election and the last elections, we have seen the results being cooked in the Constitutional Court as if this is replacing the electoral management body. So this is how bad we were in terms of the creating independence of judiciary and impartiality of our electoral institutions, you know. So this exactly really led to this kind of extra, let me say, all those contestations that people really came to the road because they are no longer trusting in justice. They are no longer trusting in democratic institutions to deal with their issues. So this, for me, is exactly because of the mistake that we are committing by not facing, by not following the guidelines. And this speaks to the region, because when it comes, for example, to the violence that we faced in Mozambique, to the demonstration where people came and stopped everything, it is the region also that is affected. South African companies also had consequences because they couldn't move to Mozambique. Everything was locked. I mean, Zimbabwean as well. So this definitely really touches to the region, especially the countries who are more in the border, you know. So for me, this is exactly because of the mistake, as I was saying. And I could even tell another one, like, for example, 2.29, acceptance and respect of the election results. No one now respects the election results that come from electoral management, but in such a way that they even push for who they definitely think that is the one that won election, even if we don't have like evidence to say who won what, you know. So for me, this is definitely one of the biggest problems that we're having. The state is also failing to take responsibility in putting, for example, all necessary measures and precaution to prevent, you know, the perpetration of fraud. We saw that in our elections. So now what we're having, as I say, we are facing the consequences of not taking the guidelines seriously. And let me just looking at the recommendation that I would have, some of the recommendations that I would have, I'm trying to put it a little bit more brief. There's quite a lot of information that I would bring. But one of the things that I just wanted to bring is the fact that I think that political parties, especially in our democracy and democracy, are the ones who also should have more attention, you know, because in some countries, just like Mozambique, where the institutions are very weak, we have political parties putting too much influence on our institutions, you know. On those political parties, they also have their weaknesses. Some of the weaknesses is internal democracy, for example. If they have internal democracy problems, like even indicating the member of their president or candidates is always a problem. They don't follow their internal rules. How can then they, at general elections, how can they then follow it, you know? So, and if they're not programmatic, how can they then bring like programs that are more responsive to the people's needs? So here, I just think that SADC also should definitely also look at these entities, which are political parties, to what extent we can strengthen them in a way that they are more democratic, in a way that they are programmatic, you know, because even, for example, other example, decentralization. In my country, we are following decentralization, but we have political parties who bring proposal for decentralization. They are all centralized. So how can it be driven? So this is a very critical problem in my point of view. And the other is what we have also seen, the lesson, populism, you know. So by allowing the guidelines not to be implemented, it creates kind of a fertile ground also for the populism, you know, to raise, you know, because institutions, democratic institutions allow, so then the groups, you know, who feels that they can speak directly to what people feel as a kind of a pain, they definitely take over and not even looking at what is democratic rules, what is not democratic rules. They just push, you know. So I just think that we also are facing this problem of populist groups, who definitely undermines also the implementation of democracy, you know. Like, for example, in Mozambique, there are some voices who are even pushing some of the candidates, you know, without even following democratic rules or caring about democratic rules in order to put their candidate there. So this, for me, is definitely a kind of one of the biggest problems that we as Africa we can have, especially when we have digitalization. We are in the digitalization area, and the level of education of people is also low. So what goes within the digital, it goes rapidly, and it can easily reach people who definitely doesn't also understanding the democratic games. So this is one of the things that I just think that we definitely also have to learn and reinforce from Mozambican case. And the other things that I definitely would like to share is the fact that we also have electoral reform. Now we definitely have to push for very authentic electoral reform. In Mozambique, electoral reform would come from grievances from Renamo and then agreement with the government of Frelimo, which excluded a lot of people. So now we're just looking for inclusive electoral reform process. So this is one of the things that I just think that the document that is going to be signed today, which has been produced, by the parties with seats in the parliament and the others with representation at local assembly. I think that it's about 80 political parties. For us, this is really good because it doesn't no longer come from the bipolarization. And the other good thing is that it's no longer reformed to accommodate, the members of A, B, C, D political party, which was exactly what was happening in the past. The reform that we had was exactly the fight of accommodation in such a way that if you look at our electoral management bar in terms of the configuration, we have parties there that definitely demanded for the accommodation there in the electoral management body. So that's why we definitely follow having the issue that we're having. Just to use my last 2 minutes, I guess I'm already passing my time.
Hey, Jill, let's make it 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Well, in these 30 seconds, I will just make a kind of a summary saying that in my point of view, what's happening is we now moving at the democracy which is more developmental, but still facing the issues of democracy, of transition, procedimental democracy. And people now really are pushing, they are demanding our democracies have to deliver. So this is exactly one of the lessons that I just think that we are having now. And this is one of the things that I think that in a very positive note, people now will definitely care about what is in the guidelines, because what is in the guidelines, if it's being followed, we're definitely going to have more, peaceful elections. Thank you.
Thanks, Jill. I think that was quite useful. And I think trying to locate the link between the processes, the SADC guidelines themselves, the processes of elections, and the delivery of democracy itself. What does it mean to the ordinary citizens in terms of their bread and butter issues? Because ultimately people make decisions when it affects their bread and butter issues. And the link, I think, is quite important. Issues you highlight around the independence of the judiciary, I'm hoping that we'll get more about that. The issue of results, that how can you have election processes that produce results that can be verified? I remember in one court case a few years ago, a lawyer asked the judge that if you say so and so has won the election, he has won by how much? And the court did not have an answer. They said, no, we don't know, but he won. So those challenges, I think that they are issues that we can really get out of our processes. And I want to move quickly to Zoe and Stella, and I know that you like me a lot, so I'll give you 5 minutes each. No, I'm joking. Yeah, so Zoe is with the Namibia Media Trust, and she's the executive director there. And so Zoe, I know that Namibia just had elections recently. We saw a court case a few days ago, which the court said they can't throw away the results, but it's clear that there were fundamental problems with the election process itself. Not enough to overturn an election result. But I want you to focus more on the media in terms of the SADC guidelines and the media, particularly in this era of social media, fake news, and all those things. Have the guidelines been responsive to the 21st century challenges of technology on elections? And what can we do to ensure that we respond to today's challenges, especially with young people having information available that we don't get from you as media houses and other media houses that are here, that we get more of our information from other sources than the traditional media houses. And there are dangers with that, there are positives with that. How can the media respond? What are the challenges with the SADC guidelines when it comes to the media? Thank you. I'll give you 8. Is that okay? 8 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. I stand on the protocol established, and particularly thank you very much to the team from SALO for this invitation to participate in what I consider to be a very, very important discussion for us in the region, the integrity of our electoral processes. So, as you've asked in my presentation, I'll explore the SADC principles on guidelines on elections and assessing their relevance in the modern technologically driven age, and asking, I think, a very important question in that context. Are these guidelines, principles and guidelines fit for purpose in the digital age? And then, if you allow me, if there's time, I'd like to reflect on a media monitoring project of coverage of the media during the Namibian elections, which gave us substantial insight into the role of the media in elections, the issue of mis and disinformation, and particularly artificial intelligence and how that's affecting elections, not only in Namibia, but globally, I believe. And then I would like to share some recommendations for strengthening electoral integrity in the region, particularly in the face of emerging digital threats. So I think we can begin. I think elections are more than just an act of voting. It's really a social contract between the people and the government, which ensures legitimacy, participation, and accountability. In SADC countries, there is an agreed commitment to democratic elections enshrined and with the SADC principles acting as that cornerstone, which was first adopted in 2004 and then revised in 2015. But as I mentioned earlier, are these principles fit for purposes in today's fast changing media and digital landscape? But before then, I'd like to talk about the media, as you indicated. So what is the role of the media in elections? The media serves as a watchdog, as an educator, and a platform for public debate. But it also can potentially be that double-edged sword. While fair and balanced journalism enhances democracy, biased reporting, misinformation, and disinformation can manipulate public perception and undermine electoral integrity. And today, AI-driven content, social media echo chambers, and deepfake technology are shaping political narratives in unprecedented ways. So our discussion will later explore how the guidelines address or fail to address these emerging technologies. So now let's delve into the guidelines themselves. The SADC principles and guidelines on elections outline key principles, including free participation of citizens, freedom of speech and association, equal opportunity for political parties, the independence of electoral management bodies, transparent election processes, and fair and unbiased media coverage. We have 6 countries you mentioned represented in this room, but can I ask you, by a show of hands, how many of you feel that these principles are actually upheld in your countries? Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. Very engaging crowd. So these guidelines provide an essential framework, but how? The question is, how do they hold up in a digital first election environment? So let's have a look at the strengths first, or at least what I consider to be the strengths of the guidelines. Yes, already mentioned, they provide normative standards. They set electoral standards and best practices, makes provision for electoral observation mechanisms. There is shown a noted commitment to free and fair electoral processes, and there is an established justice mechanism for resolving disputes. But what are the challenges in the digital age? The guidelines were last updated in 2015. It was a very different world then. Before AI-driven disinformation, social media manipulation, and cybersecurity threats, before these became a real major threat in electoral spaces. So, what are the key gaps? I believe that there is a lack of provision for tackling AI-driven misinformation and disinformation. There is no guidance, for example, on how observation missions can monitor social media. That's where the information is circulating, and for a largely youth-driven population, this is where they receive their information. And importantly, with the digitization of electoral processes, cybersecurity risks remain unaddressed in electoral processes. So, a real-world case study on Namibia's elections. In Namibia, from starting in July last year up until December, we undertook a comprehensive media monitoring initiative, and it was study analyzed both legacy media, newspaper, radio, television, and digital platforms, social media, online news, to assess media fairness and the spread of misinformation. This was a project undertaken or under the auspices of the Media Ombudsman. Namibia has a self-regulatory process in place. It was overseen by the Media Ombudsman, and the Namibia NMT Media Foundation provided support. Our key findings there were that state media gave more visibility to the ruling party, that private media offered a more diverse range of political perspectives, that social media became a hotspot for misinformation and AI-generated content, and that fact-checking mechanisms were sorely inadequate to counter the disinformation. If I may ask another question, how many of you have seen active campaigns on mis and disinformation in your countries? I think that is generally the norm now, right? And unfortunately, audiences, viewers, listeners in general do not have the skills to make the distinction. And here, through the media, we are shaping people's perceptions of their reality. So clearly, digital mis and disinformation is an urgent problem. Now, I've got some recommendations on how we can potentially update the SADC principles in this instance. Okay, let's move on. Yes. So my recommendations would be to modernize the SADC electoral principles with taking into consideration 5 steps. To integrate a digital election monitoring service or activity where observer missions must include social media oversight and misinformation tracking. We must regulate AI in elections, and in doing so, set clear guidelines on deepfakes, political advertising, AI-generated content. We have to strengthen electoral management bodies, train them in digital security and misinformation detection. I mean, just another issue that's of great concern for me as have we ever considered the kind of data that electoral management bodies hold and how secure that data is, aside from their security, how the electoral management bodies themselves are regulated to use that information. Just a thought. So, and then promote media literacy and fact-checking. We have to equip journalists and voters to identify and counter mis and disinformation. I think if SADC embraces these potential reforms, we can safeguard electoral integrity in the digital era. So finally, I think the SADC principles and guidelines on elections remain vital for democratic governance. However, without modern digital safeguards, they risk becoming outdated and potentially redundant in this particular context. So to protect electoral integrity, we must act now, updating policies, strengthening media accountability as well, and combating misinformation, disinformation, and AI-driven electoral manipulation. If you would allow me, I've still got a few minutes, right? One, okay. There are the principles and guidelines for the use of digital and social media in elections in Africa. It was actually an initiative driven by the Electoral Commission in South Africa and implemented during your local elections. But it's not been taken up in any other country. So I think that there should be a drive to push for the acknowledgement of these guidance. And in addition to that, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights have developed guidelines around elections and access to information. And I think we should extend access to information to access to data. But I leave you with those thoughts. And hopefully, when we follow up, I'd like to do a comparative analysis of how these principles can strengthen the SADC principles, if it allow me that time.
Thanks, Zoe. I think that very important, especially at this time of a lot of technology, social media, and and a lot of people using technology on a day-to-day basis, and the importance of the media as well in shaping how we see the world, what we think is happening, and what actually will be happening. So those can be two different things. I saw a deep fake of, I think there are now many, of the exchange between Trump and Zelensky, and now that they've developed into physical fights and all that. And so I think there's someone who saw that and believed that that's actually what happened. So it can be it can be a real challenge. I want to move to our beautiful Madagascar. And so Madagascar is represented here by Stella. Stella, I will not pronounce your surname. I'll just say that. Yeah. So Stella has been in election observation in Madagascar for quite some time. And so she brings not just experience of the recent election observation in Madagascar, but also years of seeing how the electoral processes in Madagascar have developed. And I want to give you 8 minutes, Stella, again, but I want you to touch on using the experience you have of the observation processes in Madagascar. I want to, what has been the common electoral integrity issues that have emerged in terms of ensuring that your election processes have some integrity, are accepted by people? What have been some of the most issues that have emerged that you say could be addressed? And can they be addressed by the SADC guidelines? Also, by that, you can hint to us if Madagascar is fully domesticated and the SADC guidelines, and that they are using them. And the SADC observer missions, because I think Madagascar is interesting. Have they been effective in your case, in your situation as Madagascar? How would you assess the SADC observer mission reporting, doing things in Madagascar, and what lessons can we draw from there? I think that will be quite 5 minutes. It doesn't.
Good morning, everyone. I am Desiree Maristella Razana Mayev. I want to tell you I'm comfortable to speak in Malagasy or French. But now you ask me to tell you in English, so it will not be good. But I hope you will understand what I said. So, I am an electoral analyst at the SAFID, means truth in English, as well as the executive director of CDA Association, one of the founding institutions of the observatory. At SAFID, we focus on 3 key areas related to elections: voter awareness and education, observation of electoral process, and monitoring electoral disputes along with advocacy. Personally, I specifically coordinate the activities related to the observation of the electoral process. From December 2022 to December 2024, Madagascar organized 3 elections: the presidential election, the legislative elections, and on December 2024, we had the municipal elections. In partnership with the European Union, our organization, the SAFID Observatory, was able to observe the conduct of these elections. These elections were held in accordance with the laws in force, notably the 2010 Constitution and the electoral laws adopted in 2018, supplemented by their implementing decrees. It is important to recall that the 2010 Constitution, the country's first since independence, was adopted following the political crisis of 2009. However, as the saying goes, the devil is in the details. Although the Constitution and the electoral laws clearly define the duration of terms for each elected office, the setting of election dates, the updating of electoral lists, and the establishment and the operationalization of electoral institutions remain source of tension, often to advantage of a ruling party. The Independent National Electoral Commission, or CENI, in our country, has been responsible for organizing elections in Madagascar since 2010. Since its creation, 3 successive laws have defined its missions, operations, and powers. Its independence and professionalism are regularly called into question by stakeholders. So, if we recall the SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic election, these are the set of standards and good practices adopted by the Southern African Development Community to ensure free, fair, and credible elections throughout the region. And the key points to remember are improving the transparency and credibility of election, strengthening democratic governance, and ensuring acceptance of election results by all participants. While taking into account the following principles: democracy, the rule of law and human rights, equal opportunity, citizens' participation, transparency, and impartiality. However, in Madagascar, each electoral actor has their own understanding and interpretation of such principles. While the law clearly defines the duration of an elected official's mandate, the context does not always ensure the necessary conditions for holding elections. This leads to disagreement from the outset, affecting the entire electoral process from planning to the announcement of results. Similarly, equitable access to resources and media often seems like an illusion or a distant dream. Finally, expecting all citizens to participate properly in election appears unrealistic given the country's reality, deep poverty, the isolation of many communities, the remoteness of polling stations, and high illiteracy rate. Let's now discuss the access of youth and women to electoral process. As far as I know, moreover, the National Electoral Commission is currently composed of 9 members, all of whom are men. This situation results from current practice in appointment, election, or designations, which consistently favor men. This observation applies to all stakeholders involved, the government, political parties, and citizens. The initial observation was made without relying on solid statistical data. Aware of this gap, the CENI has since adopted best practices, notably by counting young people and women among the voters. Furthermore, specially designed pilots for visually impaired people were made available during the last 2 elections held in Madagascar. To address this challenge, my suggestions are as follows. Firstly, strengthen the capacity of all electoral stakeholders well before the elections are held. It is essential to organize workshops bringing together representatives from all key stakeholders, including electoral management bodies, political parties, traditional leaders, civil society organizations, the media, and the government, particularly the Minister of Interior in our case, while adopting a gender-sensitive approach. Secondly, promote exchanges between SADC members countries as openness to offer allow us to broaden our perspectives and adopt more effective approaches. Furthermore, it is important to continue ongoing discussions while capitalizing on best practices to continuously improve the electoral process. Strengthening civic education is also crucial to raise public awareness of the importance of participating in election and understanding democracy. Finally, ensure that the SADC provides support and monitoring for the implementation of these recommendations to guarantee concrete and lasting progress. So it's my end of my presentation. I think you're understanding something. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Stella. You are amazing. I think you're the only person who kept in time, but also quite clear. But some of the things that you put on the table are really said, because I think that the SADC guidelines should be able to help us. How do you have an election management body that is all men? I think that's not really acceptable at this time we are in. The issues of inclusion, particularly for those with disabilities, I think it's an issue that kept coming when we were having the online dialogues around the need to really pay attention to that. And so I'm relaxed. I'm not worried about time, because I'm not chairing the second session and the third session. So I'll transfer that problem to Loazi to deal with that. But I know he's a magician, so you work magic on that. I want to ask for 3-4 questions. There is a third session, which will be more consolidative, that will look at these issues and issues that will come in the second session as well. But I want to ask three inputs, very brief, 2 minutes each, 3 inputs from the participants, or questions to the panelists. Yeah. So he's coming with the mic.
Hi,
So
everyone.
just tell us where you're coming from as well.
My name is Laune Taule from Botswana, Organization for Youth and Elections in Botswana. Mine is actually not a question, but rather a comment to Zoe, to what Zoe shared with us. As an organization, we often find that the youth are complaining, especially when it comes to issues of media, but also they want technology to be incorporated so that they can be more included and more, what do you call it? So they can find politics fashionable in a way. Yes. So mine is a comment to say maybe we can look at the use of biometric technology, just as Ghana has done, to ensure that one voter, one vote situation, and to avoid certain issues of, security and credibility in terms of our systems.
Yeah, good question. And I know what Yoba is doing, but also there is a question that Zoe posed. Are all our youth having access to that technology in Botswana? So I know the work you do, and I think that a very important question. Yeah, Miriam and Rokai, I'm trying to avoid speakers in the next sessions. I'm trying, and I made a mistake with Lion.
It's not a question, but it's an issue that needs attention. The very last question that you raised on inclusion, especially for women and disabled persons. And we can also learn from the slogan, nothing about us without us. We also see it in the South African context. The role of, the participation and inclusion of women on electoral processes, and especially on observer missions. We've been raising it in several platforms. Is not where we want it to be. So whilst we're discussing here, there must be strategies on how best we address that issue. Even in what we call the most democratic of our states in the region, this issue is becoming a problem. So we need to address it. But thank you very much, all of you, for the issues that you've raised.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Miriam. Yeah, Ambassador Ntapo. And I'm sure you don't need a mic, Ambassador.
No, thank you very much. My name is Willie Lentapo. I think I was introduced earlier, so I wouldn't want to repeat that. Just one question, which is also an observation. And that is directed to Tumelo. Tumelo, you asked the question as to how many of us here in the room are aware of the application of the principles and guidelines in our electoral processes. And you asked for a show of hands. What did the response tell you? I'm saying from here, those of us who are interested in this process, who are coming to discuss these guidelines, you posed a question and you showed our hands, some of us did. What did that tell you? After you have said in the region, these guidelines have been accepted.
Yeah.
It was an open street.
Yeah. A good question. I see that the hands are now coming up fast and thick, and I wanted to avoid that. So, Ambassador Jerry and Tendai, and then Ambassador Carmen, then we close.
First, I think you introduced myself as Jerry. I thank you very much to the organizers. You know, facilitator, there is an issue that have been talked about by all the participants here. The AI and its implications on the election processes. Now, the three of you, if you look at the next 10, 20, 30 years, do you think we still need political parties to contest elections? Thanks very much.
Tendai. Tendai.
Thank you. So my name is Tendai Mbanje. I've just completed my PhD at the Center for Human Rights, University of Pretoria. I am a lecturer at the University of Zimbabwe. I also work closely with Tumelo, the African Center for Governance, and I also am an independent analyst. So I would like to comment on the principles and guidelines that we need to understand them in context, and their application, their relevance. I think they are impacted by the context that we are and the time where the principles were drafted, the context that shifted drastically. I think that will help us to see the weaknesses of this document. I'm a strong believer that this document is at its weakest point. Why? Because the electoral landscape is shifting and is constantly shifting in very complex ways, that the principles of and guidelines are no longer speaking, or some of the provisions of the principles and guidelines are no longer speaking to election context. I'll give you two examples. One, in the principles, there's this idea that the principle of prior invitation, that states invite election observation missions, or states they indicate they are ready for elections. But normally, elections that we saw or that were held in the past, for example, in the context of Mozambique held elections when there were all indicators that the state was not ready to hold elections. So then we have this document being applied to a context where a state is not ready for elections, and then we see all these weaknesses. So this idea of state sovereignty, states inviting the regional bodies to come in, I think it exposes much weaknesses to the principles. And then while the principles draw inspiration from the Declaration of Principles of International Election Observation and the AU instruments, I do think that the point raised by Zo, that the application of technology in elections at the time of drafting of the principles, it was not envisaged as a key issue. I think that the principles, as they stand, the guidelines, they need to be revised so that they speak to the drastic changes that has occurred in the electoral space. That is, I think, the point that I wanted to raise.
Thank you. And Ambassador.
Good day, I'm Carmen Smith. Just two main points that I want to bring to the table is everybody talks about AI digital. Who's the owners of it? Do we own it? And that's something we need to look into. The digital gap is a challenge. When we talk about these things, and then the algorithm bias is a huge issue for African countries. So if we're not owning those digitals, how do we incorporate it into our systems? I think that's the first thing we need to address in terms of that. It has its advantages in terms of incorporating the issue of persons with disabilities, because it gives us another edge to do that. But Africans need to own their own digital space, and they need to control their own algorithms, because currently all these things are biased towards Africans, right? Secondly, human inclusion is a long thing that we've been talking about. Some of us have been in the peace building space very limited. You train so many women, but they're not being utilized. But that's not just a problem for Africa. It's a general global problem when it comes to peace building processes. Who leads the processes? Men. And unless you incorporate women into that, you'll continue having exacerbated conflicts. And then lastly, the principles. Where did it start? Is it grown from the ground? Because you see, you can write all these principles and it's not, the public doesn't even understand what you're talking about because you're not taking it at the ground level. And then you will still have these type of conflicts arising because these conflicts doesn't arise from elections. Elections doesn't resolve issues on the ground in the sense, yes, democracy, but people, the people participation is lacking in conjunction with the principles of elections. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I think that I will not repeat the questions. And yeah, it's been a wonderful session. Lily, if Jill is there, I want to go back to the speakers, and you have 1 minute 30 seconds each to just round up, answer a question, and then we go in. If Jill is there, from your experience, Jill, coming from Mozambique just now, beyond election day, what mechanisms can we put into place to deal with post-election conflicts, but also to build trust in processes, in institutions, but ultimately in results? Because if people don't feel that results are a reflection of the will of the people, you are going to have troubles. But we need to build confidence for people to trust processes. And from your experience coming from Mozambique, how would we deal with that? But also give us your parting shots. Jill? Is not there. Oh, perfect. That's good. That's a good way to manage time, you see. So yeah, let me move to Melo, because there are questions for you, a lot of questions, but I want you to answer them briefly. And then you just tell us, what can we do at a regional level as regional member states to support each other in terms of implementing best practices around elections? Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning. I think it's still the morning. All right, let me first answer I speak to my ambassador to say, when you asked a question, when I said, have these provisions enhanced democracy in the region? And probably have no one really giving that positive response. There could be, it means a lot because you said, what does that mean to me? It speaks a lot to SADC itself. It speaks a lot to the reporting, the kind of reporting that we are receiving from SADC. Even though we could have seen that there is evidence of violence or etc. in reporting, and that does not appear in the reports. So people will probably just see that it's a normal template that SADC will use for every country. So that's why I would say to some people, they will think this is a very good document in writing. It's a good document in word, which in implementing, we need now to come together and support SADC in implementing such a good instrument, the tool that we have. So in closure, I would say I'll run to a situation in South Africa where we're saying, when the lady was opening, she mentioned South Africa is a beacon of hope within the region. And I think it's time we should take our position. It's time in South Africa, we should go beyond the borders. We should go in the region. The moment we build our institutions within South Africa and forget the other region, it will impact South Africa at the end of the day. So I would say, during our observation, yes, we appreciated the reality that South Africa has got a strong and independent electoral institution. and that supervise robust electoral processes. And we appreciate that South Africa has succeeded in adequately resourcing all election processes. Talk of party fundings, talk of all processes. You talk of racial matters, how South Africa we have managed to balance the issues of ethnic within the context of elections. I'm saying that's what we need now to go out and play that role within the region, and not only support the institutions and build these institutions within the country, within South Africa. I think it's time we reach out. It's time South Africa, which is my country, which I love, to say, let's go out with all this diplomatic influence that we have in the region. Let's support SADC. Let our institutions be able to support others. Let there be sharing of information. Let there be sharing of resources. Let everything be implemented, because if you take a basket of apples and there's one rotten apple, no one will want to buy that basket. So we can have all these good and nice institutions, all these nice processes, all these issues that are covered, talking to whether you're black, you're white, whether you speak Zulu or you speak Venda, in South Africa remain one. But why can that overflow within the region? So I'm saying, what can we do is that let's tap into others' resources. Let's tap into others' influences. Let's now be involved as a region and leave running matters as states. That will show that there is a big brother, but if the big brother does not go and hold the young brothers and move forward, we will always remain behind as a region. I thank you.
So the importance of working together. We had an interaction with the International Relations Committee in Parliament last week, and I thought Comrade Supra had a very interesting suggestion that maybe we need to have one election management body at a continental level that will oversee elections in all countries. I was like, wow, interesting inputs. Zoe, parting shot, and then after Zoe, Stella just come.
I think I was misunderstood just there for a second. I didn't say that the SADC guidelines are irrelevant and they must be thrown out of the basket. I pointed out to the fact that there is need for the evolution, I think, of these guidelines, and that they must be made to be fit for purpose, considering the challenges that citizens, not just governments, but citizens are facing as a result of these guidelines, which are very, very relevant to our lived experiences. Ambassador, I completely agree with you. But I believe that AI is a tool. Issues of algorithmic bias, the fact that it is all based on data under which we have no control. I mean, we've got this stand down between the US and the rest of the world at the moment. I'm particularly concerned about the fact that most of our data is in the US. That makes us all very vulnerable. So I think we need to consider that. But I also believe that in Africa, we have the capacity, we have the talent to develop AI. And I think if we scrape, we have capacity and access to the large language models to develop tools that are that will make elections more inclusive, not just in terms of inclusivity for persons with disabilities, but for youth, other marginalized groups, and especially biggest problem that we have just with technology and the internet is that it's not in our languages. And that is where AI can play an incredible role. To the issue of biometric data, I'm very, very concerned when people talk about biometric data, because that's very, very personal to your being. And it's information that you are rarely giving away because, that data travels very, very quickly. And it's being used all over the world. On the basis of your biometric data that you've given here, at Home Affairs in South Africa, there's recognition of that, probably when you enter the US, because this data is being shared. So when it comes to biometric data or the use of technology or ICTs in general, I would urge for a human rights-based approach to policymaking around that, because in the same way that data or technology facilitates, the rules regulating that data may not be in our interest. And I would always, always trump public interest. There's another issue that, so to answer some, just to raise something that you mentioned. I believe that the media has a very integral role to play in the understanding of citizens and engagement with citizens on the guidelines. But there is a massive disconnect between SADC and citizens on the ground. People don't understand the policies. They are not engaging. Most people don't know that there are SADC, officers in their own countries with whom they can engage on SADC issues, that are perhaps decided in Botswana, for example. So the media plays a critical role. And this is where the SADC protocol on sport, culture, and information becomes critically important, because that too needs to be updated to be relevant to our current situation. And by the way SADC sees media is, I find it incredibly problematic, because it has a media desk as a public relations function. It does not consider media as an integral part of our governance structure. That I think we need to consider. There was something else I wanted to say, but I'll leave it at that.
I think Zoe already said what I think, but I only to how to say, to take your attention about our situation in Madagascar. AI is both an opportunity and threat to have a credible election, because for our country, access to the internet is still less than 20% for the people. So that's why I said AI is both opportunity and threat for have a credible election. That's it. That's all.
Thank you, Stella. And I think that that's an important take. What are the levels of access to internet in the region, particularly in rural areas? Do we have a lot of people? So when we talk about issues of using technology a lot, what does it mean to ordinary citizens, particularly in the underdeveloped parts of the region? And so with this, I want to thank my very eloquent panelists, Jill in absentia, Tumelo, Zoe, and Stella. Thank you so much. I think you have done a wonderful job. You have done a wonderful job in setting the tone for the next two sessions. And for the next two sessions, I know that it will be interesting. We have Malawi, we have Botswana, we have Zimbabwe, and of course we have Ambassador Lindiwe to give us some thoughts on these issues. And one of the things that was, as people were talking, the importance of the region really working together it cannot be overstated. I think it's quite clear that to solve our individual election challenges, we need to work together as a region. And I think that there are efforts, different corners where people are trying to push for that. But we have seen from time to time citizens really feeling that SADC has let them down when it comes to election processes. I remember in Malawi, and Abiba is here, she will give us a sense. When the SADC Observer Mission went to Malawi in 2019, their report sort of okayed the election process. And the courts in Malawi overturned the election. And so when the next elections were held under COVID, one of the things that the citizens of Malawi were clear about is that we don't want to see SADC. Stay away from our processes. And I think that's quite problematic. We saw that in Zambia as well. It was under COVID and SADC decided to observe elections electronically. And the people of Zambia always say that our best election happened when SADC was not here. Zimbabwe, after the 2008 processes, when Zimbabwe was decided to undergo other ways of changing governments and had a coup, I looked at that and saw the military in the streets, and I saw Zimbabweans shouting that SADC, stay away from us. And I'm like, wow, if we have gotten to this point that people can see a coup unfolding and still think that it's our baby SADC, you are a problem, it means that there is a lot of work to be done to build trust in SADC processes, in what we are doing together as a region. And so talking to each other cannot be something that we take lightly. We have to try and find ways of ensuring that our leadership is in sync with our people. We cannot continue on this path that SADC is seen continuously as the heads of state and government, and not the citizens. I think that gap needs to be bridged. I know that we have to take a short break, and Loazi told me that by his calculations, a muffin takes 30 seconds to eat, a cup of coffee needs about 1 minute. So let's take a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, and let's come back and sit and move right into our next session. So 5 minutes should be okay. Thank you.
as you can see from the panelist, I'm the thorn amongst, I'm the rose amongst the thorns. And therefore, I'll be the facilitator for this. I'll be less democratic than Munjozi, even though we talk about democratic elections in terms of time. But I hope everyone bears with us as we try to have this discussion. So I would like to first start off with Rukaya around the media and also the issues around the SADC democratic elections, especially concerning Mauritius as a country. A lot of the Southern African countries do not pay attention to allied states, in particular towards issues around democratic elections. It's incumbent that we also see the various entry points and issues that they have to deal with. So I'd like to bring on Rukaya to give her presentation on the SADC principles and guidelines and its impact in Mauritius and whether it's felt by the people of Mauritius. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thanks. Well, I'm listed as the African Media Initiative. That's one of my many hats. But also I was at the Electoral Institute for Sustainable Democracy in Africa, ISA. I'm the outgoing chair. And one of my titles that I use often is a democracy scholar. Right. So I think democracy matters. And where we come from in this part of the world, it's important to actually reflect in 2024. That was the election year. Across the world, we had, I think, 50% of the world population which was eligible to vote, did vote, in different circumstances. And only in the continent, there were 19 elections. And out of those 19 elections, I think it's important to reflect, because I always like looking at the silver line into darker clouds, because I think that provides us with additional hope and, that we can actually make things work. And data has shown that 5 elections that were held on the continent, there's been the transfer of power. South Africa, obviously, a transfer of power that has required a coalition system. Senegal, it started with Senegal, Botswana, Mauritius, where I come from, and obviously Ghana. So I think in the space of 20 years, this is the highest peak in terms of transfer of power. And I think it's important to reflect upon that elections do matter to people. And we know that very often it's the most important, legitimate way of getting to power. And that's why even autocrats are holding elections. We see that across the world. So elections do matter, but we need to ensure how they are actually sort of owned by the people. And I think the conversation since this morning has been really pushing it back and shifting it into citizen ownership around that issue. So that's the first point. I think we also, in the previous panel, talked about the demand for democracy. I direct you to Afrobarometer 2024. I think in their latest publication talked about 66% of the African population, of those who actually respondents, mentioned about their support for democracy. I think this is something very important, that people believe in democracy, people want more democracy, especially again in this ecosystem where autocratization is gaining importance and force, because I think again data mentions that people live more in hybrid and autocratic sort of systems than in democratic systems. So that I think the demand for democracy needs to actually be supported, strengthened, and that's where we need to sort of use that. But the problem lies in the supply of democracy, and more specifically in the manner in which elections are held. And I think this is an important element to sort of bring many of our sort of efforts to consolidate and strengthen. We talked about the integrity of elections. Today, many of us cringe, and I'm one of them who cringe when we say free and fair elections. How can elections be free, and how can elections be fair? And I think that was also one of the elements, and you were talking about that, Munjo, when observation missions come and they have this blanket statement, the elections were free and fair. And I think so we need to start changing the terminology. I think words like integrity, fair, comprehensive, competitive elections are what we want to hear more. So there is room for change. I think zooming back to the guidelines, I think they are important benchmarks, because today when we're talking about standards, procedures, principles, and if we have African-based principles and standards, that's very important in terms of how the continent owns its democratic governance system. So it's very important, but the biggest problem is its implementation. Country where I come from has been, for decades, a darling of democracy. When you talk about Mauritius, they are classified up there. But, in the last 10 years, we've really gone down. We've been, together with South Africa and Botswana, a 40% drop in satisfaction towards democracy. So we have to be very careful. And I've been always talking about that. The darlings end up being pariahs. And we've seen that. So we have to be very careful that very often we sign protocols, we sign guidelines, we are very fancy about doing that. But the implementation or the domestication is where we lack. And I think, you just have a quick sort of poll with not even common lambda citizens, but with people who are supposed to be experts or who are, people. I'm based at the university, and you would ask them about the SADC principal guidelines, and they say, what? So, there is a lot of lack of information, or let's say of vulgarization, or really bringing it in terms of ownership. That SADC, we belong to SADC, and SADC is part of our system of being. So I think answering that question, unfortunately, no. And also the fact that we are islands, we talk about the continent has a one-line mast, but Madagascar, where Stella comes from, Mauritius, where I come from, Seychelles, very often we face what we call the sea blindness. And you are part of Africa, but are you really part of Africa is obviously this question that comes up. So we need to really have an integrated approach to understanding how those guidelines can be beneficial to our community and developing that public good, which is democracy, which is election. Now, one something that I have been particularly concerned when we're talking about adopting, or more importantly, implementing guidelines, is the issue of sovereignty. We know elections are sovereign issues, and political parties and and those who are in power will always use that as a trump card and say no interference from others, because we do our elections, and this is the most important domestic sovereign related activity. So very often we've talked about minimizing influence in terms of money or support for political parties, minimizing influence in terms of, we're talking about misinformation, disinformation campaigns, and how that. So sovereignty is usually used as a convenient trump card to say don't interfere, don't let us do our business on ourselves, because we know how to do it. And it's the case of Mauritius, because we're actually going to celebrate 7 years of independence next week. So we've had 12 general elections. So once we have a full card of holding elections, we have a tendency to say, listen, we know how to do things. But, elections in Mauritius, although they have had this sort of template or of being free and fair, elections have, one of the most problematic elections that we had was in 2019. And the reason I'm saying that is that out of that election, some 10 post-electoral petitions were filed in the Supreme Court, and it took practically 4.5 years for the Supreme Court to throw out all those petitions, which very often frustrates people, because you're going to a next election and the disputes have not been actually addressed. So there's been concern and even suggestion, but but we are a small country of 1.3 million, to actually set up an electoral court, which would expedite matters. And I'm sure within, a year, that matters can be resolved, because you have 10 post-electoral disputes, and it takes 4 years or more, and there's one still pending, and we've had an election in 2024. So I think these are some of the very important issues around the 2019 election. So as we moved from 2019. And one thing that I think has been very, very consequential for the democratic fabric in Mauritius is its democratic backsliding. So in the space of 10 years, we've moved from what I call a liberal democracy to an autocratic electoral autocracy. This is really a massive down your terminology of election sort of classification. Those of you who have heard about Mauritius, we had a massive phone tapping episode, which meant that there was a statement 2 weeks ago in Parliament by the new Prime Minister was saying that the previous regime invested $110 million in generalized, surveillance, which means Signal, TikTok, Internet, Facebook, all your social media platforms, and every citizens who were potentially tapped. This doesn't seem to be the type of issues that you would see from Mauritius. On the 1st of November, a week before elections, there was a 24-hour internet shutdown. Actually, we were with the SADC observation mission, and everyone was shocked. Not in Mauritius. That we would not expect that to happen in Mauritius, but there was such a backlash. And talking to young people, they said it was their Black Friday, and this was one of the reasons that actually got a lot of young people to actually go out and vote. Massive corruption. The state of the economy in January of this year demonstrated massive levels of corruption, of kleptocracy, of big ticket infrastructure corruption. Realignment, we don't talk about that enough when we're talking about democratic principles and democracy. Realignment in the Indian Ocean. The Indian Ocean region is becoming a highly hotbed of geopolitics. We have India, we have China wanting to get into there. We have, we have the US. Those of you who know about the issue around the Chagos deal, which is about to sign, this had the blessing of President Trump, and hopefully we'll go about there. But just to sort of I think I've got a minute there, but some of the clear gaps in terms of the SADC principles is the holding of the election date. By the Constitution ensures that every 5 years, Parliament will automatically dissolve. But the person who decides the holding of the election, or the date of the election, is the Prime Minister, which means this is extremely unfair because that one person decides the best and the most opportune manner to call the date of the election. And very often this is done just after massive, social sort of benefits are poured out to citizens. Pensions, hike up in pensions, bringing down the price of petrol and gas, etc., and then the decision to set the date of the election. Domestic observers are not allowed in my country, although international observers allowed. 2005, there was an amendment to the Representation of Peoples Act, which allowed international observers, but no domestic observers, which means that how are you going to build the resilience of citizens to actually call, people to power, and especially, those in power? Diaspora voting, I know this is an element that the SADC principles highlights. We are 1.3 million, nearly 1 million voters in the 2024 election, something like 250,000 Mauritians in the diaspora, but they have no right to vote. The current government has promised that they will address that, but there is obviously an issue around, because we are first past the post, and it's linked to constituency. How would the diaspora be linked to a constituency? But this is an important element. The Electoral Code of Conduct, which has been devised by the Electoral Management Body, the Electoral Commission, but it remains voluntary. So it is breached in every single way. So I know that we talked about a one that is that has the ability to sort of sanction by law, but when you have a voluntary, nothing's really taken into consideration. Something that we feel very, very embarrassed when we look at the rest of the African continent is that we do not have same-day voting. the same day, same day counting. Voting happens and then, we do the next day counting. So there has been a demand for efficiency and effectiveness, and also minimizing the mistrust or distrust, what happens between, the closing of voting and the starting of counting. But there has been all sorts of very lame excuses, lack of staff, this has been part of our tradition, it's part of the folklore. And the last but not least, I think I mentioned, is how do we address the slowness of courts? And that's something I think we need to address so that we are able to sort of ensure that elections meet, the expectations of people, that it is something that is endorsed by citizens, and you bring back the trust. Because the last point that I wanted to make is that the Mo Ibrahim Governance Index of last year actually demonstrated a 22% drop in electoral integrity of our elections. So I think these issues matter. And I think even among what used to be the darling of democracy, who ended up being a pariah now, and I don't like saying that it's my country, but I think we need to be very realistic, and we need to be able to sort of speak it out so that we don't hide behind, classifications. And I always say in my writings, when you're a victim of your success, and you fall down, how can you actually go back? And I think the current government is particularly concerned on going back up the democratic credential, but it's going to take time. And I think one of the elements that could help is by really paying attention to the SADC guiding principles and really sort of domesticating it and implementing it has one benchmark which would help them. And I think the last point, because I'm seeing the moderator really getting looking at me, is to use that solidarity among nation states, because I think alone you remain very isolated. But if you have the support of your community, SADC, AU, and others, I think it can help you, build that ability to claw back when you've fallen down. So there are a couple of parting thoughts, but I think there's much more, and I would be happy to take it during Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rukaya, for those remarks and reminding us of the importance of institutions. There was something called the SADC court. What was it called again, Mundrodzi? The SADC tribunal, which was dismantled in the early 2013. Well, some of you diplomats know the reasons why. And part and parcel of that court, it was a ventilation system once the electoral system has failed the people. And therefore, once your concerns were raised and they were dealt with in that court, the people were satisfied that it has gone to the highest level. At the current time, a lot of the citizens have lack of trust in the electoral system, not only the electoral system, but also the judicial system itself. And therefore, how do you now build trust within these institutions? And that's some of the critical questions on how do we now reform, in addition towards the changing the SADC principles and guidelines, and how do we now revitalize regional institutions themselves, which will be a very critical discussions that we might have to have at a later date. I would like to bring on young people right now. For the Organization of Youth and Elections in Botswana, we all understand that Botswana recently had its democratic elections, and President Boko emerged from those democratic elections. So it'll be very interesting to hear from your perspectives on what were the situations like in terms of the SADC principles and guidelines leading up to the Botswana elections, and including the post-electoral environment and how that has impacted, including, do Botswana people feel like there's something called the SADC principles and guidelines, and especially young people? Because there was an Afrobarometer study that investigated young people within Africa concerning their beliefs in democratic systems and in democracy itself. Whilst they do believe in democracy itself, there's a huge caveat. If democracy does not deliver, they do not mind and overthrow all those through. Yeah. So we had to be very conscious. These are very sensitive issues as a younger generation gets more agitated due to the lack of dividends of democracy. So over to you, Duana.
Good morning. It's still morning, ladies and gentlemen. As I mentioned earlier, yeah, I'm quite tall. My name is Laune Taule, and I am from the Organization for Youth and Elections in Botswana, affectionately known as Oyebo wa Banana. Banana, not banana, but banana meaning youth. So it has been quite an interesting electoral experience from Botswana. We saw a change in government after 58 years of having the same party rule as like since independence in 1966 till 2024. Hey. And it was quite interesting because it was a very fast. Tensions were high, and in any situation, not knowing what to expect, not knowing how people will react to the outcome was quite an interesting thing to observe. But no one, literally no one, anticipated that our former ruling party would go down only to 4 seats in parliament. A lot of people thought it would be a close call. Some thought we'll have a hung parliament. But no one saw this one coming. We were quite shocked and quite. It was quite interesting. It still is interesting because we are now at a time where we have to adjust to the new government. We're adjusting to how they are now approaching things. We are now trying to see if there will be an implementation in what they promise in their manifestos, how they're going to implement it and how they're going to integrate the old system. Some people are saying do away with the old system altogether and try to reimagine things, try to build this new Botswana as you've been preaching. So we are at a point where we are very much anticipating things, but to be honest, this has never this is actually a very good time to be a Botswana. I'm just saying the doors are open in case you want to come to Botswana and relocate. There's a time. There's a time to say I'm honestly way too proud to call myself a Botswana because of what happened in the previous elections. We saw the previous president accepting defeat, and he's a very blunt man in his speech. And there's a circulating voice note, and honestly, it's better in my native language, so I don't know how you're going to get it. But he said, "Rejele, ba rejele banna ba," and there's nothing we can do about it. Which loosely translates to we lost, we really lost, and there's nothing we can do about it. I mean, that's the reality of Botswana today. And people saw him now as this normal citizen and, you know, going to places, helping out in funerals, and people are like, so he's busy now helping bury people, and people are like, yes, he's human too. Like, in as much as he lost, the party lost the previous elections, we've seen them accepting defeat, and we've seen this peaceful transition of a transition, I'm sorry, rather. Yes, this peaceful transition of government. And this is why I'm saying this is the time to be proud. I'm super proud to call myself a Botswana because we didn't, not even once have I ever been worried about military invasion. Not even once have I been worried about protests or anything like that. Even when people saw the elections, the counting of the results coming up, and they saw that we are getting more and more people from the then opposition. No one was scared that Botswana will be shaken, its peace or its security will be compromised. And that's one thing I would say Botswana has really shown this region that indeed you can change government, you can change whatever it is you want to change through your vote, and as a result, the people can accept it. Those in positions of power, they know that we hire and fire as the citizens. And as a result, I am super grateful for the emotional intelligence that they have, something I believe if our counterparts in the region were to actually have that, it would be very beneficial. So as a youth organization, as you can see, I'm quite young. I fall in the bracket of 15 to 35 according to the SADC age. And the previous elections were actually the second elections I was eligible to vote in my country. So maybe if, by a show of hands, who here voted in the very first elections they were eligible to vote? Mhm. All right. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I remember my first voting experience. I was doing my second year of university, and I was so excited because I had always wanted to vote, but I was way too young to vote. I joined the organization when I was 17, and the first elections I was eligible to vote, I was 19. And during that time, I saw a lot of my friends telling me, you know what, Laune, we are not going to participate. And when I asked why, you'd be shocked. The media has been a very played a very massive role in their decisions. They thought my vote wouldn't change anything. That is because that was the kind of information they were being fed. That, you know what, even if you vote, the system will still remain the same. The people won't change. It's not like anything is going to happen either way. But then they tend to, as the youth, we tend to forget one vital thing. In Botswana, for example, when you register to vote and when you actually vote, when we come to, you know, memorandum of understandings and when we go to the referendums and everything, they look at the voters' roll. When we want people to actually participate in constitutional reviews, they look at the voters' roll. So how are you going to actually actively participate in making an impact if you don't take that one simple step to actually go out and register and then take it further by actually going to vote? So that's the question we've been posing a lot to our youth, especially in our post election campaigns. So as far as the SADC the SADC guidelines and principles on elections are concerned, I've already mentioned the issues of media playing a vital role. And with the previous government, we saw a lot of state media covering the then ruling party, now opposition party. And it's really a tongue twister to me to actually refer to the previous as the opposition, because I'm not used to it. I was born into it. I grew up into it, and it's a new Botswana indeed. And also another thing is the use of technology. A lot of young people would tell you that we want to integrate technology in our processes. Let us be able to register online. Let us be able to vote online. Some are even saying, let us be able to vote from wherever we are, be it outside the country or within the country. I have a brother who stays in Canada and he schools there. The government sponsored him to school there, actually. And he was not able to register to vote simply because where his university is and where the voting stations were is a 3-hour flight, if I'm not mistaken. So he told me, you know, the government, yes, is really blessing me by being here. However, how am I supposed to participate in this if I can't even actually afford to go and register? And that's one of the concerns that we experience. And also, another thing is we have been engaging with the youth from other groups, marginalized groups. We have youths living with disabilities. We have those who are deaf, those who can't see, they need braille. We have those who are physically challenged, and they made it known that even though the law states that there will be accommodations made for them, in some polling stations, they have not seen it happen. And when you go a step further and investigate, you find out that the people responsible of ensuring that these groups are catered for, they don't actually consider it a priority or anything like that. So how then do we encourage such youths to actually participate in the electoral process? So that's something that is very concerning from our point of view. And also, if you do not mind us reading from here, we have various challenges that is limited participation in the democratic process. But with the current government, we've seen a change in youth participation in parliament, even though we are a few. Oh, I believe that there's more that needs to be done. The little that they're doing right now is quite impressive. Our Minister of Youth is actually 26 years old, if I'm not mistaken, and it's a female, so that's a plus and a plus. But a lot of people are quite skeptical about her ability to lead. So you can see, like, in as much as you try to make strides here and there, try to make changes when necessary, there's still be that one voice in the back of your mind asking, is she capable of actually leading? And people were actually asking, wouldn't it have been better if she was an assistant minister, then taken to ministerial position eventually, so that she can learn from someone with more experience? So now, the question now went to our law as the country allows for a person 18 years and above, no criminal record, to actually stand for parliament. So, ladies and gentlemen, in other words, I'm eligible to become president of my republic. I don't know if they'll trust someone as short, as tall as me, but I believe I'm very outspoken. I'm not saying I'm campaigning to become president. Yes, I'm not saying I'm campaigning to become president. Don't get me wrong. What I'm saying is there is still much that needs to be done. And if you look at our wonderful continent of Africa, none of our presidents fall in the bracket of 15 to 35. I'm not saying a 15-year-old can lead, but that's the SADC youth age. So maybe it's time we actually work on our guidelines. We actually work on our legislation to make sure that we cater for the youth, to make sure that we make amends to ensure that the youth can actually actively participate in regional matters and also in country matters, because once we implement at regional level, it can be adopted in our respective countries. There's more that can be discussed as far as youth participation is concerned. But my call of action to each and every single one of you is, when you go back to your respective countries, when you go back to your respective areas, please make something, do something about this. Like, what exactly will you do to support the youth in your area? What will you do to support especially those in marginalized groups, those in far away places, far away from the cities and everything? One thing you can take from our page as Oyebo is, we make sure that we reach to even those in marginalized communities, and we try by all means to speak in the language that they totally understand. Even though Botswana only has 2 official languages, we speak a whole lot more languages underneath. So in closing, I would like to ask each and every single one of you, like, take action, make impact, because we can talk and talk and talk about things, but if there's no implementation, there's no way we can be. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be waiting for your questions.
Thank you so much, Lawane, for your contributions, reminding us that we don't need to have internships for leadership. We already have leaders already. And part and parcel of this is the recognition of this sort of contestation that is even emerging within South Africa between a younger generation seeking to emerge into leadership roles, whilst a senior generation seemingly, whilst younger people feel frustrated about this change. And that also speaks to the antagonisms at times between young people and older generations, and that is emerging. And thank you so much for your work that your organization does in democracy in Botswana. So I would like to bring on my third speaker, Habiba Osman from the Human Rights Commission of Malawi to speak about Malawi, as Malawi is heading to elections this year. So mostly we'll be touching on the pre-election situation along with the previous elections. Over to you, Habiba.
Thank you very much. Let me begin by thanking SALO and its partners for the engagement on enhancing democratic electoral practices in the SADC region and how the principles have been adhered to. I think just as previous speakers, we've noted that the SADC principles and guidelines on elections are actually a sign of commitment by our heads of states and governments to ensure that elections in the region meet the international standards for holding free, fair, and credible elections, which in turn help to entrench democracy, true democracy in the region, if there is such thing as true democracy. However, since adopting these principles and guidelines, we have seen improved coordination and liaison wherever and whenever elections are being held in the region, including Malawi. And so, for instance, in Malawi, the SADC Electoral Observer Mission, SEOM, observed elections in 2019 and gave its report, which recommended pertinent issues on the security environment, voter registration, composition of the MEC, which is the Malawi Electoral Commission, role of the public media, and gender representation. It's not surprising, therefore, to note that the local observers and other international observers, like the EU Election Observation Mission that was there in 2019, also made similar recommendations to the authorities in the same areas, albeit that when you compare their report, the EU one, with the SADC one, you find that the EU one was more comprehensive, was more analytical. And then again, I think it's also a question of also looking at the methodology. That said, while we commend the availability of the SADC mission in 2019 tripartite elections, let's also not forget that at that critical moment, when the elections were nullified, the mission failed to avail itself for the fresh presidential elections in Malawi, which were held in June the same year. And in good faith, we can say that they failed to come because of COVID-19. I believe that this was, however, a missed opportunity, but surprisingly, the court's intervention seemed to have pacified the majority of Malawians, who at that point had lost faith in the Malawi Electoral Commission, but also in some of the observer organizations. And while we are looking at that, it's also very important that we reflect on some of the questions that have been coming as a result of the principles and the guidelines in practice. The questions that I was asking colleagues and also others who are working in the space, it's like, what impact do the joint monitoring missions, for example, have on elections in our region? What has been the outcome of the elections in our region? Are elections being held in a manner are elections being held as a matter of routine, or are there real benefits to the people, especially marginalized groups? And what are some of the threats that continue to mar prospects for stable democracies in our region? And how are we utilizing the e-voting systems and the nationals who want to vote from abroad? So these are some of the questions. While attempting not to answer all of these, there are reflections that came into focus when we were reflecting on the SADC principles and guidelines. The 2019 Observer Mission was able to consult and offer preliminary recommendations to key stakeholders. It's very crucial that we see some of the changes are taking place now. And in this is where the Commission comes in. In our sphere of influence at the Human Rights Commission, we look at the elections as playing a direct role in either including or excluding some people in the process. So even in the electoral outcomes, they tell stories. We have stories of gender imbalance in representation. Issues of the marginalized have already been evident in the challenges during the voter registration, and we're still facing them now. Campaign violence is happening right now. And these have been patterns and possible surges in attacks on persons with albinism, for example, in Malawi. So participation in the electoral process can only be effective if a wide range of rights are respected: freedom of expression and opinion, freedom of peaceful assembly, and many other freedoms. Our mandate as a Human Rights Commission is to support and enable the monitoring of elections using a human rights lens. And so in engaging in electoral matters, our commission seeks to ensure the electoral processes and the outcomes align with human rights standards, with special emphasis on women's rights and other marginalized groups, the youth, for example. And while we're also looking at the issues and the successes that have taken place, for example, right now in Malawi, we still need to interrogate the importance of the regional instruments, for example, the Maputo Protocol. State parties are required to take specific action to promote participative governance and the equal participation of women in political life through affirmative action and enabling national legislation and other measures to ensure that at least women are participating without any discrimination and also equally at all levels. We do need electoral processes that earn the trust of the people, both voters and contestants, and we must also dwell on the fabric of society and reflect on how the youth, persons with disabilities, and other minority groups participate in elections. In this regard, it's not just about their participation, but also the extent to which they can contribute to development of national policies and legislation that affect their lives. So you find minority groups, for example, in Malawi, they are not able to galvanize themselves or mobilize themselves to go and register, or even to form opinions on what is happening. When you ask them, their spaces are closed. So in Malawi, at the same time, while we're talking about these issues, there's also the need to really question the issue about peaceful elections. We need peace to coexist for people, to make free choices. And we are seeing right now, as we're gearing towards the elections, that political parties are drawing geographical boundaries for their opponents. And this is worrying. Elections should not just be conducted as a matter of routine business. So in Malawi, as we are seeing this is fueling dangerous acts of violence. Just last week, we had a member of parliament being attacked in parliament while the police were around. And so the concept of free, fair, and credible inclusive elections with the guidelines that are there and that have spelled out all these issues, it means that we need to be alert to the fact that there are certain things that continue to be happening. While the Commission has mobilized stakeholders around access to information, which is one area that we have been leading as a Commission, as the implementers, one of the critical areas has been to monitor the processes and engage political actors, journalists, and MEC itself, among others, on the issue of Access to Information Act. We feel that while we are doing that, the atmosphere should be characterized by the rule of law and also guarantee rights of protection for all citizens. Political parties are very key, and they need to also respect the laws, because sometimes when we see the violence, intimidation, and discrimination that happens, we find that political parties are quiet. So generally, it is important to reflect on the diversity of issues that are now being considered side by side with the SADC guidelines as well as the principles. We have transitioned indeed from the guidelines, from a narrow definition of free and fair elections to free, fair, and credible. There are areas of improvement, and I would like just to dwell on a few. It is noted that the majority, for example, of member states have made strides in conducting democratic elections. This is very encouraging. But at the same time, it has also been noted that some countries have challenges. Case in point, Zimbabwe and Mozambique. It is evident to me that while the principles and guidelines have been adopted and accepted by all our governments, there is need to have them entrenched. And I think that has been the common theme this morning from all the speakers. And so that the local and international observers must also adhere to them in conducting their missions. I also note a slight disconnection between the principles and actual practice on the ground. Issues of corruption and rigging remain the order of the day. We also still face challenges to achieve gender equality in some of the countries. So there's need to strengthen this aspect in the monitoring methodology, as well as following up on what has been implemented by member states. Finally, Malawians will be voting this coming September. It is indeed less than 196 days from now. The headline is that the September 2025 elections are expected to be highly contentious as they follow a judicially nullified election. Let us recall that in February, the High Court and our Supreme Court nullified the 2019 presidential election and ordered fresh election. The 2025 elections come under untasted legal reform that has been introduced and also has brought in even changes in terms of dates. So traditionally, we used to go to the polls in May. Now the 2019 judgment gave new terrain for electoral law in Malawi and this divided the legal and political opinion. However, the court's treatment of the burden and standard of proof in electoral disputes, the interpretation of the majority, also means that now we are going to see the 50+1. And the effect of the nullification of the 2019 election and consequential transitional issues means that the principles and guidelines can be really a guiding tool for Malawi to test itself against the principles and the guidelines that are there. So overall, the judgment of the Supreme Court represents a significant development in our electoral law, and the judicial intervention that resulted in the nullification was not just a judicial coup d'etat, considering the overwhelming evidence of systematic and widespread electoral irregularities presented to the High Court. The evidence was a clear invitation for the courts to pronounce themselves on the integrity of the electoral processes in fulfillment of their constitutional mandate. As I conclude, I would like to reiterate that the Commission supports the SADC principles and guidelines. We find them to be very progressive and relevant to all states in our region. And if they're put in practice, we can see a vibrant democracy in our region. I must also add that observer missions, as they are reflecting on their role, they must be willing to engage in meaningful dialogue with key stakeholders in host countries, especially on managing post-election issues, which is something that failed in Malawi. And as I can add, most of the acts of violence that we have seen after elections in most of these countries are a result of rushed transitions and not adopting measures for timely resolution of electoral disputes. Unresolved complaints are a recipe for post-election violence. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Habiba, for setting the backdrop towards the upcoming elections in Malawi. And we wish you all the best in the upcoming elections. As we know, democracy is central towards our development as a region and continent. And therefore, we wish the people of Malawi all the best in the upcoming elections. Can we have the technology people bring us Ringisai to our screens? And I'll kindly ask Ambassador Zulu to please move to the front. Ringisai.
Hi,
Are you
comrade.
are you well? Can you hear us loud and clear?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you?
You may switch on your camera and present on the Zimbabwean electoral situation, please.
All right.
Right, over to you.
Okay. No, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a pleasure to be joining you online. I will switch off my video in a moment. We're having a bit of power challenges, but so that I don't eat into my bandwidth. But it's a pleasure to join you, and I've enjoyed the discussion so far, and I'll be making my contributions. I've really benefited a lot from the previous speakers, and much of the conversations that I wanted to put through for discussion have been raised. But I think there are a number of issues that I also want to add to the conversation, and perhaps we'll get time to flesh them out. I think the first thing for me is to start from where I think my sister from Namibia was speaking from, to look at the two things: the relationship between SADC as a body or as an institution with the ordinary citizen in various member countries. Because that is very important, as it defines the framework within which citizens in each country interact with the framework or the principles and guidelines. The second thing is the extent to which SADC, in its various formations or in its various capacities, has sought to have the principles and guidelines be citizen-owned? To what extent are these processes really citizen-owned? And is that even the intention in the first place? And I say this because there is this variance between what we have as the principles and guidelines and what the citizens expect and anticipate from various elections. The third point I want to raise on this matter is, again, the relationship between SADC and the whole electoral infrastructure beyond the principles and guidelines, which includes the SIAC, the SADC Electoral Advisory Council. How is this relationship defined, and how does it fit into the broader cycle of elections in a country? And I say this because in Zimbabwe, as in many other countries in the region, in the last, I would say, 10 to 15 years, SADC has been a feature in all the elections, and they have produced the reports. And they've produced reports in Zimbabwe. I was just, as a preparation for this meeting, I was reviewing the last 4 reports from SADC. And they consistently raise the same issues as recommendations or as areas that need improvement. And the questions that I have, and I'll just run through the few issues that they consistently raise. The first one is the integrity and transparency and accessibility of the voters' roll. This recommendation has been in Zimbabwe since 2002, I think, and 2008, 2013, 2018, and 2023, with the same recommendation. The second recommendation that has been consistent and in the same mode has been access to media and access to information for the citizenry. Consistently, SADC has found that the public media, the state-run media, is biased towards the incumbent. It's biased towards the ruling party in all three reports. The third issue that has been raised has been to do with the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission's independence or autonomy from state institutions. Now, the question then that one has is to say, if we continually have the same issues and the same recommendations being raised by the body that has some level of regional oversight on processes at member state level, what is then the recourse? And when you look into the SADC electoral architecture, you realize then this is where the SIAC comes in, as it is mandated to accompany member states in the development of the electoral processes towards a desired end. But the SIAC reports, which are produced every year just before the elections, the SIAC mission comes into a country, I think 6 months before or something like that. These reports are never shared with the citizenry. They are never made public. And of course, the procedure within SADC is that the SIAC hands over this report to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I think. And then it is up to the government, so they'll say, it is up to the government to share this report with the citizenry. Now, I genuinely believe from interactions with SADC and other stakeholders that there's a lot of work that has gone into trying to make sure that we consolidate all the work around democratization and elections in the region. And there's a lot of dedication and commitment by the SADC as a body to make sure that this work comes through in the way that every citizen feels confident in the electoral processes in their country. But without the regional body taking the citizens into its confidence, there is very limited chances that people can actually begin to understand and appreciate the role that SADC plays behind the scenes to try and support electoral processes at the member states level, to try and help improve institutions and improve processes and procedures at the member states level. This gap creates a misunderstanding that always, I think it was Comrade Mjozi earlier on, pits citizens and SADC at every critical point in member states' history. And it is one area that I would really like to urge us all to begin to either begin conversations that are targeted to say, how do we ensure that reports, critical reports such as the SEAC report, are shared with member states, not only the government, but they're also made public? How do we ensure that SADC takes citizens into its confidence along the way? I do think that when elections in Malawi were held the previous time, and SADC had given the elections a clean bill of health, and the Supreme Court in Malawi overturned the elections, I do think that SADC should have come out in some way to either justify or explain its position, because political processes, democratic processes, and electoral process are really heart and mind kind of process that really needs people to feel that they are working together with institutions that are mandated to provide the support that they are supposed to provide. Having said that, I'll come to the Zimbabwean context. And I've mentioned the three areas that amongst many issues are still sticking points in the electoral processes in Zimbabwe. And that over and over again, these conversations have come up. Now, it is my submission that there is need for SADC in its as the custodian of the principles and guidelines to provide clarity on what happens when a member state continuously is truant on recommendations that the body is providing. Secondly, what happens when the SADC body itself has written a report, not damning, I wouldn't call it a damning report, but a report which really surfaces the nuances of the flaws within an electoral process. I think that gap has not been clearly plugged. In 2023, after the August elections in Zimbabwe, which I'm sure we are familiar with the flaws that were attendant to that process, the SADC report was well received by the citizenry and the civil society and independent thinking bodies. Not for the reasons that it demonized the government, not at all, but for the reason that for the first time, the citizenry and the civil society felt that we had a report that speaks to the realities that the citizens experience during the electoral processes. It spoke about the misalignment of the Constitution and the Electoral Act. It spoke about the lack of independence of the Electoral Commission, which was very visible. It spoke about the procedural flaws within the management of the electoral process itself. It spoke about the limited space for citizen voices and for citizen engagement in the area of exchange of information, access to information, and ability to actually mobilize and gather and discuss political issues. So these were very critical and true issues that were found by the regional body. But from that point onwards, it seems like the communication from SADC just went cold, except for the people that are in the space of electoral processes and elections. No one else, an ordinary Zimbabwean, knows what has become of the report. No one knows what has been the final conclusion on the matter. And that has really left huge space for speculation and many theories that have been flying around, which are not helpful to the processes that SADC is trying to attain. And I genuinely believe that SADC, in its framing and thinking, is desirous to see stronger institutions in Zimbabwe, elections that reflect the will of the people, and processes that are continually improving. And it is not to say that we have not come a long way and that from 2008 and we are still where we are in the first, in the period before our new constitution. That is not to say so, but it is to say that all the improvements and all the steps that are being taken to rectify, to support, and to accompany Zimbabwe's electoral processes by the regional body are not communicated clearly. And there is no space within the SADC framework that these processes can be communicated, even redacting the most sensitive issues that might be, but simply to take the citizen into their confidence. Now, we have no confidence anymore to say, after we received a report which was very thorough and very detailed, we did not receive any further feedback from SADC as a body. We have not received any further communication of what then must happen. It seems that then this has just become, it's been filed for posterity. And this kind of lack of communication creates a gap between the citizens' appreciation of what the regional bloc is and what it does, and it was what it's supposed to do, and what the regional bloc is actually trying to work towards. Now, we get into a space where Zimbabweans, given what is then followed, the recalls of parliamentarians, the use of lawfare against opposition, civil society, and citizenry, people are really losing faith in electoral processes as a vehicle for transformation or for expression of their political views, and as a vehicle that can actually result in change or result in betterment of their lives. And this is a conversation that I think SADC has to take seriously in this and try to find ways that it can better structure its communication and better structure its electoral architecture in a manner that is transparent, in a manner that takes all citizens into its confidence, and in a manner that actually also is humane. In this sense, I refer to the fact that to admit that, well, some errors have been made, some omissions or commissions have been made along the way. And this for me is important because there are no processes that are perfect. There are no electoral processes that are ever perfect. All this is work in progress, and all this is building towards something. But the lack of communication, the lack of integration, and the lack of taking citizens into confidence creates this space which is uncertain and which really presents a fertile ground for other alternatives in the people's thinking. The second thing that I want to touch on with regards to Zimbabwe is the diaspora vote. Now, on both sides, one on the citizen voices and representation, and two on the SADC principles and guidelines. This gap has to be addressed in a manner that shows that we are trying to reach some conclusion. The first point that I want to speak to that is the GDP of Zimbabwe, up to about 12% of it last year. The contribution of the diaspora remittance was up to about 12% of the GDP in 2023. These are citizens that are being taxed double. They are taxed in the countries where they are working, and when their remittance come into Zimbabwe, they are also taxed by multiple tax regimes. Yet this significant contribution to GDP is denied a voice into the governance and the electoral processes of the country. And in as much as the civil society and the ordinary citizen have tried to push this and to try and surface this as an electoral reform agenda issue, it has not really gained sufficient momentum that is positive and provide traction towards a resolution of sorts. At the same time, it's not only this genuine desire of the Zimbabwean citizen, it is also something that the SADC principles and guidelines and the SADC electoral architecture accepts and says this should be part of the electoral processes in a country. But at the same time, we have not seen any communication or any steps that have been taken to try and convince Zimbabwe and to try and convince the electoral processes in Zimbabwe that the diaspora vote is key and it's actually a fundamental right to the citizen in spite of where they might be. The third thing that I would like to speak to is the judicial independence. Now, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not sufficiently qualified to judge the legal processes, but there are some regional practices that I think Zimbabwe is lagging behind. For instance, Zimbabwe only allows, I think, 7 days for opposition or people who are aggrieved during an electoral process, the presidential election and the harmonized election, to approach the courts for recourse. Now, 7 days is not sufficient enough to gather all the evidence that might be required to make a case or to make a strong case. And 7 days is such a small window that when one reviews what happens in 2020, in 2018, you find out that the Chief Justice had at the end of the day to say, I am going to allow for this petition by the opposition to come through and we're going to hear it, though there were technicalities about was it still within the 7-day window. In the general practice in other countries, regionally and internationally, is a 90-day period. This allows for sufficient time for any aggrieved party to gather evidence, for citizens even in their own spaces to mobilize and petition the courts. And this is a practice that I think should be encouraged and emphasized on the Zimbabwean front. The fourth thing I want to talk about is the...
What's your final one? You have 30 seconds left.
Oh, okay. Now, then I'll just conclude and get back to my main point. My main point is I'm of the view that the relationship between the SADC, the whole SADC electoral infrastructure, and the citizen within the region has to be improved. There has to be mechanisms and ways through which SADC can intentionally and purposefully communicate with the citizenry and take the citizen into its confidence and provide spaces for consultations with the citizens, not only with political parties or member states, but with citizens, and provide these spaces that allow for citizens' voices to be heard and contribute to the whole SADC electoral infrastructure. The last point is to say SEAC reports have to be made public. It is my submission that it would go a long way in people building confidence that SADC is not really a comrades club, but it is really mandated to make sure that the electoral processes are a reflection of the express will of the citizens in the countries that make up the regional bloc. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ringisai, for your contributions. Let's give a round of applause. Especially highlighting the electoral situation in Zimbabwe. So I will have a proposal in front of you. After Ambassador Zulu, I would like to call on SADC to please speak, and then we open up the discussion so that the only people between yourselves and lunch are actually yourselves. And therefore, how long you would like the discussion period to be is totally up to you. So I'd like to introduce Ambassador Lindiwe Zulu for your remarks. Thank you so much, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. It's already good afternoon to everybody who is present here. I think I'd like to first thank SALO for the invitation, especially Joan and Tim, and really thank them for their consistency and also for their holding on there despite all the challenges that they face. I know that to keep this going, you need to have resources to do so. And therefore, I'd like to thank the Embassy of New Zealand for having stepped up to support them. Some of us have been working with SALO for more than 15 years now. Yes, we have. We've been working with them, and the reason why I raise this is because I look around and see the faces who were there when SALO started. And I'm happy that they are still doing the best that they can. My point also is about reminding ourselves about what's written here on SALO, building consensus on peace, humanity, and security and development. And I'm of the view that that on its own and the elections is part of that. If the elections don't go right, if the citizens don't feel comfortable about the systems that have been built in a country, if there is no political will of ensuring that once you've agreed on certain systems, you stick to the systems. Once you've agreed on the systems, you monitor whether the elections, whether the systems are still working or not. Because when all is said and done, we must always remember that it is about the people. And once we lose sight of the people and we think the best thing to do is to manipulate the elections for our own ends, then we are not serving the people at all. So it's important that electoral processes are also connected to all other institutional processes, because you can't separate the elections and say, no, we're just going to deal with the elections if the election, because nothing else will work if your entire systems of governance are not working. If people have got no institutional recourse on anything, then you can't expect them to have institutional recourse on elections when the entire governance structures of government and the role of the civil society is also crushed. Then, we need to really think hard about that. I think we are here today. I've listened to everybody who's spoken, and I think the bottom line is just straightforward. Political will to strengthen the institutions of governance, and therefore a focus on the election so that the end results of the elections is what people are going to have confidence in. It's also about efficiency. It's also about accountability. It is also about meeting people's needs. What are people's needs? People's needs in an electoral process and system are very simple. They want that the very principles and guidelines we are talking about are implemented. They also want to make sure that if these guidelines and principles, or principles and guidelines, are falling short, considering the environment, the dynamic environment in which we're finding ourselves, they expect SADC leaders and its machinery, because sometimes we make the mistake, we talk about the SADC leaders, we forget that there's a machinery there at the back that either makes it happen or not. And I've had the experience, by the way, of chasing SADC officials when the final communique has to be issued. You have to work with it until you go to the printer, until it comes through, to make sure that nothing has been taken off or put in there. That's the experience we have. The people also want just to see democracy happening and democracy at play. People want to see freedom, but more than anything else, they want the fruits of that freedom. And part of the fruits of that freedom is to make sure that you have institutions that are strong, that can be tried and tested, institutions that people can believe in. What do people want? People want simple and straightforward, ensuring universal suffrage, ensuring free and fair elections, ensuring that electoral systems can be trusted. People want to also get voter education. When does the voter education start and end? I feel like we wake up towards that voter education simply because we're going to elections. For me, this is something that has to be consistent. You don't go to sleep because the elections have passed. You continuously assist the people to understand. They want to make sure that voter registration also is done properly. They want a secret ballot. They want an independent electoral bodies. This is where the crux of the matter is. And I speak here from experience of having represented the African National Congress elections monitoring from Mozambique to Angola to Zimbabwe. In Zimbabwe, I think I've been there 3 times. And so this whole issue of the independent electoral bodies is very critical, which therefore means the people that you have in those institutions must not be people who are singing the song of some political party. They must know that they are representing, the people are going to be looking at them for transparency, for accessing of information, for ensuring that once the elections are over, they have confidence that this institution didn't tamper with the elections. Listening to people here also, I think it's important for us to make sure that the strengthening of all institutions of governance so that people can have institutional recourse is critical. Having listened to everybody here, I feel like we are just scratching the surface. And I'm hoping that SALO will even go deeper into this and not end the discussion only today, but be consistent. We're going to Malawi elections. What SALO going to, I'm not saying SALO will be like interfering, but SALO must bring us to a point where we can pre-plan and say we're going to elections in Malawi. What do we expect as citizens of the region? Because I think that it's time we also did not separate ourselves too much. We are South Africa, everything is fine. We are in Botswana, everything. We are a people of the region, and therefore all the institutions of the regions are very important. And I think in closing, I would like to say, the more we bring young people to the process, the better. The more we assist young people to have an appreciation of the past, because it's one thing to bring young people and all they do is to start saying, no, we don't want to anymore, no, we want. History is very important. Processes are very important. Lessons from each other are very important. And the liberation movements are still very important in this case because we are not where we wanted to be. We still have a journey. In fact, when I heard somebody talking about solidarity among the states, I thought of the liberation movement, and I thought of the fact that the liberation movement, especially from the African National Congress, it has always been for us, what lessons can we learn from each other? What do we take from each other? And the purpose for us to struggle, are we fulfilling that purpose or not? Thank you.
Excellent speech by Ambassador Zulu. I even forgot that I was chairing there. Listen to the speech. I'd like to invite Elijah from SADC to give here SADC's remarks after listening to the plethora of views, and then we're going to open up the discussion. Power supply. You can, okay. The issue will be the microphone. Okay.
My height, it matters not whether I stand. Thank you for those I have deprived of the vision. I'm here. I will take a seat and speak from the floor. Thank you very much, colleagues. I was taking notes of the proceedings, but I think it's important to note that even before the speakers came up, to avoid this being a rebuttal of issues that were being raised, I would also like to say a few remarks before I address specific issues that came from the floor, because they are important issues, and I think it's significant that you also receive feedback from the Secretariat. Before I start, just to say a word of thank you from my director of the organ, Professor Telesani, who is otherwise engaged. March is a very difficult time for SADC and also its member states. This is where your member states gather in one of their member states, normally the chairperson's territory, in this case is Zimbabwe, to discuss issues mostly of a financial matter, which is a very important issue. So most of our colleagues and our management are otherwise engaged because of these critical issues. To start with, I appreciated the first statement made by one of our colleagues that no member state has sought to champion the non-application of the SADC principles and guidelines or even doubted their validity. Thank you very much. This is true. And I think it serves to reinforce the point that as civil society organizations and experts in this room and those who are not here, you are also engaging positively with your own document. And it goes to the same sentiment that was raised, I think the speaker immediately before, Ambassador Zulu, who said that, who asked whether the document is a citizen-owned document. I think if you
These guidelines are available online. If you look at the the introductive part of those guidelines, they try to explain the genesis, what was behind the development of these guidelines and what the process was. And indeed, it is one of the most consultative processes that was done in 2004 and prior to that, including civil society, parliament, SADC Parliamentary Forum, political parties actually, and of course, naturally, representatives from governments to develop a document which was ultimately adopted by your heads of state and government. So it is a document not meant to be in the pockets of the ministers and the presidents. It's your document. It's a citizen-owned document. And indeed, following those consultative processes, the normal structure for the elections, which is the SADC Election Observation Mission, as advised by the SADC Electoral Advisory Council, actually is one of the most consultative forums or structures in the entire SADC nomenclature and structures. They do consult. I can tell you without hesitation that some of us endure, because this is our job, we have to endure endless meetings where the head of missions or the chairperson of the SIAC is sitting with stakeholders. It can be 16 hours, sometimes even 18 hours, talking, receiving information from the citizens of this region, particularly in the context of an election, and sometimes in the pre-election phase, and most notably recently in the post-election phase. It's a very deeply consultative process. Now, some of us question the results or the outcomes. So I was just preparing myself before I received this deluge of comments. In my notes, I have 3 points. How do we strengthen the implementation of the guidelines? Because you were talking about the outcomes now. 2, how effective have they been? It's also a question of the outcomes. And the areas for improvement, noting that there is quite a number of those issues which have been raised. Before I go to address some of those issues, I just want to highlight the fact that there is an annual process of monitoring the implementation of the recommendations of the SADC Electoral Observation Missions, quite apart from the recommendations of the SADC Electoral Advisory Council itself. This annual process of implementation builds upon the work that is done routinely as a follow-up to each particular member state election cycle. You have the SIAC, which goes out sometimes 2 to 3 years after a particular election to assess the rate of implementation of the SIOM recommendations, and also understand from both the governments, from both the election management bodies and the citizens, particularly political parties and civil society organizations, as to what are the challenges, if any, with respect to specific recommendations. Now, you'd appreciate that even if SADC, the mission operates on the basis of a standardized template approach in the sense of the issues and the stakeholders to be consulted, because of our individual circumstances, the rate of implementation of each of these recommendations is very different from member state to member state. Some member states are doing very well, others are lagging behind. And it is that intervention, as you correctly raised in this meeting, that it needs to be enhanced. So there is actually a mechanism in place. And we operate a secretariat just for the purpose of information, a dashboard mechanism where you find there's a green light for something that has been 100% implemented. There is a yellow light for an ongoing process of implementation, and there's a red light for nothing done. And there's always a question, a comment at the bottom of each report from the SIAC on what exactly should be done to address that. And member states have an obligation to report on an annual basis. These reports are submitted to the ministerial committee of the organ generally in July, and this precedes the reports being presented to summit generally in August of every year. So there is a mechanism in place, and I would say what is important as you are highlighting these issues, there's always a need to enhance it. We, as Secretariat, liaised with the Electoral Commission's Forum of Southern African countries at the highest levels. I think it was 2 weeks back in Johannesburg. And it was a very useful session. You would find that the managers of the election process would agree with some of the findings of the SIOM, would disagree with some of the findings of the SIOM, which is natural. What came out, which is very important, was that some of the election managers in our region requested that there should be more precision in the context of the drafting and presentation of specific recommendations. SMART, I think we all know that the context of SMART recommendations. That was one of the outcomes. Just improve this. The missions should improve how it crafts its recommendations. And then we can start talking in earnest about whether or not one member state or another one is implementing. You'd understand that a post-election review is more like an audit. And not everybody is going to be happy about the audit findings. But that was useful feedback, and this is being processed. How effective have they been? We have seen, just a quick response, we have seen several changes coming out of the recommendations of the SIOM, and the SIOM is based on the principles and guidelines. We have seen improvements in the procedures and numbers for voter registration. In particular, a lot of member states have actually adopted technology, modern technologies, to make it easier for all of us to register to vote. We have seen improvements in voter education. But in the recent 4 elections, in the third quarter of last year, there was a lot of negative feedback from the citizens, from other observer missions with respect to the quality of voter education. There was a lot of negative feedback. So this is an area of improvement, but we've also seen that there's a need to also address that. We have seen improvements in the area of inclusivity, in the sense of having member states ensuring that there are no unreasonably exclusionary requirements in the law that would prevent anybody, or any one of us who is eligible to stand for election. For example, we had some member states who did not allow independent candidates. Now, I don't think in the region there's any system that effectively says you cannot stand for election as an independent candidate. The effects have been clear throughout the region, and there is more independent candidates standing for election. What it means for political parties is not really a concern of the principles and guidelines, because there's always going to be voter dilution, where the parties will lose their votes to the individuals concerned. There is a lot of discussion in the context of diaspora voting. I will come back to that. But the fact that people are talking, citizens are talking about it, is actually within the spirit of the principles and guidelines. I'll come back to it because it's one of the issues that came out from the speakers and the comments that were made from the floor. Areas for improvement, before I go to the specific issues, we went through the COVID crisis. We're not the only ones who were affected. Naturally, most of us or all of us would have expected that to address the challenges caused by physical or in-person voting, you would see more technology being deployed. We have not seen an uptick of modern voting technologies. In fact, we have seen a regression. I think for now, we only have the DRC, which is implementing the electronic voting machine. Namibia, which was one of the pioneers, has regressed and moved back to in-person voting for various reasons. So there is a gap there. And interestingly, I'll come back to that point. Some progress as well in terms of the thinking around this. Of course, as I said, we need more precision in the framing of recommendations so that they are smarter in the sense that it will be easier to track the implementation, also to know exactly what needs to be done. There is a general growing public awareness as to the role of SADC in elections, but there's still a gap. In some cases, citizens expect SADC to behave as a monitor. I'll come back to that, of elections, not an observer of elections. It is important also to note that this is there is a poor implementation of almost invariably all recommendations with respect to gender representation in elected positions. Again, I'll come back to that. And finally, the speaker who spoke before, Ambassador Zulu, mentioned the lack of, or alleged lack of, for want of a better word, teeth to enforce the recommendations of the SIOM. I'll come back to that. So I have 10 points that I captured. in response, 11 actually, in response to the flow. The first one I've already addressed, which was talking about that there is no doubt amongst all member states of SADC that the SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections are a valid document which have legal basis. Number two, there was a comment, a question rather, to what extent are the guidelines citizens owned? I responded to that, but there was a follow-up in the same context, which said the same recommendations were made by SIOM in Zimbabwe over and over again, and there's no implementation. SIAC reports are never shared with the public, and it is up to the governments to decide what to do with the reports. I'm not here to make a rebuttal or to accentuate the issues coming out of Zimbabwe, just to assist each other here. The first point to note is that, ironically, with respect to the non-publicization of SIAC reports, ironically, it is actually the government of Zimbabwe which, for the first time ever in the SADC region, released a SIAC report to the public. This is a first, and I think we should acknowledge when something like this happens. It was the government of Zimbabwe which released that SIAC report in 2023, soon after SIAC had actually submitted the report. It has never happened before in the region. So let's be positive where there is credible facts. It is true that the SIAC reports, the pre-election reports, are submitted to the member state conducting elections with a request that the report be copied to the election management body. This is interesting. But the context behind this is, in terms of the principles and guidelines, the SIAC pre-election mission is actually a early warning, conflict detection and resolution mechanism. It's actually an early warning mechanism. So the posture of the SIAC mission is essentially a goodwill mission. It's not out there to sniff and announce some smell somewhere. What the SIAC does is find out if the member state in question is prepared to conduct credible elections. Number two, part of that preparedness essentially also means whether the country is politically stable and stable enough and secure enough. If there is anything that is of a worrisome nature, it is the duty of the SIAC to report to the appropriate structures to take the corrective action. So sometimes, because it's a goodwill mission, publicizing its findings may actually accentuate or even escalate issues that would have been resolved by a quiet whisper between specific structures within SADC and the particular member state. I can give you examples without necessarily giving you the countries concerned. In some instances, you find that the election commission does not have the resources, actually does not have the resources to run that election. But you'll be hearing somebody saying the money is there, the money is there. The commissioners themselves tell you, we don't have the money. There's been situations where that has happened. And the mission of the SIAC has been the one that informed the relevant structures outside that member state that, please take note, country X, your member state, is in trouble. They will not be able to run this election without resources. And I can inform you quite happily that where we had that instance, it was another member state of SADC that came up with the money. And the elections proceeded. It was not just a question of money. In some cases, you will find there's a shortage of helicopters to uplift election materials from one spot to another, particularly in very, very inaccessible areas of a particular member state. Member states do share these resources where the alert is raised on time by the relevant structure, which is SIAC. So sometimes you may understand now why the mission is a goodwill mission. But effectively, it is up to the member state to decide what to do with the pre-election goodwill assessment report. It is up to the member state. But this is not to say that the point that was raised by the relevant speakers with respect to the accessibility of these reports is not important. Somebody did speak about the need to revitalize or revisit the principles and guidelines. This could be one of those issues that you can articulate in the appropriate context and say, can we have at least the SEAC pre-election report in the following circumstances or completely unredacted. Somebody suggested that we can redact certain portions, but this is a dialogue that we encourage as citizens to have, because ultimately the reports belong to the citizens anyway, if you think about it. There was a question about Malawi SADC having okayed elections, which were subsequently nullified by the Constitutional Court. And then the next sentence said, in Zimbabwe, people didn't want to see SADC. This was in 2008. And then SADC observed elections electronically in Zambia. Just to confirm that Malawi is a case of a lesson learned. And people should be honest enough to accept that mistakes were made. And in fact, there was a review of the procedures and the methodologies. And this is something that has always been the positive part of the SIOM. It learns from its mistakes. The SADC did not observe elections electronically in Zambia. What happened is that during the COVID-19 pandemic, there were elections over that period in Zambia, in the Seychelles, and in Malawi, the fresh presidential election. It came during the COVID period. And lessons were taken. This was not the first time, actually, for elections to take place in Africa in a period of a very, very dangerous and worrisome public health emergency. We have had issues in Sierra Leone at some point in the DRC as well during the election period. But what then happened is that the SEAC recommended to the SADC that you do not then ignore the election processes happening in these member states because there's COVID. Find a way of accommodating the concerns of the citizens in those member states. And indeed, a platform was created by the SEAC, supported by the then member state which was chairing the organ, and I think this was Botswana. There were daily consultations, sometimes starting from 6 in the morning until maybe even midnight, virtual, online. These were consultations. This was not an election observation process. And SADC did not make any suggestion that they observed elections electronically. It was a consultative process involving all the relevant citizens, political parties, government departments, just to get an understanding of what is happening in those 3 member states. And reports were filed. Some of these reports will be available very soon. But what came out of that consultation process as well is now, I think it's now Annex number 2 of the SADC Principles and Guidelines in relation to election observation during public health emergencies. It's now Annex number 2. And it's a very detailed analysis and presentation of the options that member states can and should be taking when putting in place when faced with a public health emergency during an election period. Please, you feel free to consult. I'll circulate electronic copies of these amended guidelines. Okay, but just to also inform you that the guidelines were informed by our own circumstances in the SADC region, inclusive of the experiences from the DRC during the Ebola crisis, inclusive of the experiences from West Africa, I think Sierra Leone and Liberia. They had in place measures that did not escalate a public health crisis and still managed to conduct their elections. Point number 4, the issue is that do the guidelines need reconsideration? They remain relevant. The last revision was in 2015. As I said, the last revision on paper, I mentioned one revision from 2021. There was another set of revisions that were done in 2022. My apologies, these revisions are not online, but I have an electronic copy of the revisions of 2021. So just to correct the previous speaker, it's not your fault. This document is not on the internet, so you may not have known, because I think the copy you're looking at says revised in 2015. There is another one which says revised in 2021, and these will be consolidated for public release. 5, the document, this is, I think, is important. The guidelines are at their weakest point, given the changing electoral context. I think it's my brother, Dr. Mbanji, right? The document is being applied to situations where member states are not ready for elections. Reference Mozambique. Again, not specifically addressing one member state. From my perspective as a member of the Secretariat, I think it would be important just to advise and also accept some of the such suggestions. Firstly, the readiness or otherwise of a member state to conduct elections is a function that is carried out by the SADC Electoral Advisory Council. They are well equipped in terms of their procedures and their methodology. And this is a safeguard measure that SADC has in place to ensure that you don't blindly go into an election period, don't blindly send observers into the field before a prior assessment as to the conduciveness of that environment has been established. But it is important because my brother here and other speakers mentioned some of these issues in the context of revisions to the guidelines. Our experience has taught us that if we really need things to be changed, number one, we should identify substantive issues requiring revision. We should do a before and after analysis. We should show the outcomes of the proposed revision. We should do a cost-benefit analysis of the proposed changes vis-a-vis the status quo. We should sensitize our own member states. By this one, I mean, we have senior officials normally referred to as the SADC National Contact Point or Organ Focal Point in all our member states. I believe these officials, in some member states, they are permanent secretaries, in some they are DGs, director generals, they keep an open door policy. Much as we are consulting at a regional level, by all means, you are encouraged to consult at the national level and sensitize your senior officials as to your concerns with respect to what you think the guidelines should be revised for and how so. Again, each member state has a member of SIAC. They also keep an open door policy. Please approach them. And once you believe as a group, or maybe you are an academic individual acting out on your own, you're allowed to do that. Once you believe you have a comprehensive proposal, there's no reason why you cannot approach the SADC Secretariat and say, we have this proposal, can you please put it before the member states for discussion? If these things are done incrementally and not revolutionary, we may not find a lot of resistance to them. But what is normally an issue, it's just like anything, like a budget proposal. You walk into the Ministry of Finance and request 5 billion for something. The first thing that happens is that the person in charge of the budget process is going to block your door and say, this is too much, you are joking. But it's all about sensitization and being realistic. There is an open door policy. Please take advantage of it and present any proposals that speak to specific issues that can be addressed practically and realistically. 6, no provision for the role of SADC in the context of governments of national unity.
Can we fast forward the points? Because
There's only 3 left.
Okay, just fast track them a little bit.
This point came out, and I think we can quickly say that essentially, this maybe sound like somebody is requesting SADC to act as a guarantor for the modalities of governance in a particular member state. Outside a conflict scenario, or in the moderation of one, or in the facilitation of the resolution of a conflict, we don't see the role of the regional high-level body in the nitty-gritties of governance. You appreciate that the region does facilitate the resolution of conflicts. There are examples that we can give, and I think it would be fair to stop there instead of going into the actual nitty-gritties of governance. Number 7, quickly, silent on relationship between CIOM and other election observers. Okay, in this regard, the concern here was that the composition of the observer mission is normally dominated by government representatives and men as well. The speaker was correct in the sense that the guidelines actually indicate that this should be a multi-stakeholder platform, and member states should second delegates who come out of these different sectors of society, inclusive of government. The general explanation that we have received from member states who do not implement this particular point is that there are no resources. to support civil society, to support individuals outside the civil service, where they take most of these people there seconding as observers. There are some member states who are actually implementing this provision, and they are obviously a role model for the others. But the main issue has been the question of resources. Number 8, technology continues to be topical. How about digitalizing of voting? The principles and guidelines actually take note of this need for us to move beyond in-person physical voting. The new paragraph 17, sub-item 4 of the guidelines refers. As I said, I'll share the electronic copies, but I also want to inform you that on the 26th of February, the Interstate Politics and Diplomacy Committee, which is a committee of senior officials, actually adopted a decision which urged all member states and election management bodies to explore the adoption of proven technologies in order to improve the voting process, as well as enhancing transparency. You can see that the region is moving towards that direction, which is a positive. The guidelines are quiet regarding diaspora voting. That is not correct. The prevailing scenario is captured under paragraph 418 of the guidelines, which as a minimum says member states should be encouraged to conduct regular reviews of the participation of citizens in the diaspora in national elections. It's a compromise provision. What it essentially saying is that provide that platform for the citizens to discuss modalities. That can mean if the law is already there to enable diaspora voting, how to improve it. If the law is not there, you are providing modalities for the discussions and consultations. It does not say you must provide diaspora voting. You'll be surprised that it's not the usual suspects that the pundits in the press like to point out, those that have a huge diaspora element beyond its own borders who are afraid of the diaspora vote. You'd be surprised that the dynamics of each individual member state actually informs why this provision ended up being crafted the way it is. What's important is that the guidelines expect, at the very minimum, some level of allowing citizens to discuss how this can be achieved. They don't prescribe that you must allow diaspora voting. Women, this looks like my last point. Okay. Is related to to the last one. Totally agree about the point raised with respect to the participation of women as candidates during elections, not as voters. The first correction is that the CIOM has achieved, almost I think it has achieved, a 50-50 gender balance within its composition of election observers. Very few member states are not implementing gender balance. I think this was achieved in 2023, and we expect to improve, not to go down. Right. The worry is with respect the last one.
Oh, so 11th now.
The 10th.
Okay, you may proceed. Last point.
The worry is with respect to the number or proportion of women as candidates for elections. And we have noticed that the highest performers with respect to this indicator were those member states or are those member states with the PR system, but a PR system that is matched with voluntary gender quotas in political parties. Without those voluntary quotas, there's a problem. And unfortunately, if those political parties with voluntary quotas drop in terms of the proportion of the vote they are getting, it also means the country or member state concerned is going to have less women in parliament. So the issue really, let's start from the very bottom, political parties. Before we even talk about changing the laws, within political parties as voluntary associations, what are you doing about the position of women? Before we start talking about changing the laws, because this is where the problem comes from. Final point, Malawi, 2025 elections are going to be held under new and untested legal reforms. Thank you for that point. Just to reassure you that the SADC Election Advisory Council will be in Malawi, hopefully at least 90 days before the election, and engage with the stakeholders, particularly on one of these issues that we've just raised as to what is the implication. Are we prepared to deal with the potential disputes, whatever, that may arise out of a new legal dispensation? We are not alone. Last year in 2024, a number of member states passed electoral-related laws last minute, right into the eve of the election. Laws were being passed, and there were so many concerns from stakeholders. How do we implement this law? Do we even understand this? And the CM highlighted this problem. Allow me to thank you for letting me speak beyond my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we enter the more interesting part of the discussions where everyone participates. So for the first round, I'd like to have 5 hands of people, and then I'll take 2 hands from online and people online. So people online, please raise your hands if you have any pressing questions to any of the panelists and people participating today, including to the SADC Secretariat. I'll have him speak last at the end of the meeting, so you can boo him off if he stands between yourselves and lunch. So let's start with the hands inside the room. Abner, yeah, yeah. So Abner, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, a microphone. Abner, there. Yeah. You need the microphone so the people online can hear you.
1. Thank you, Program Director Lwasi, and for the elaborate discussion that we have observed here, and for the last clear administrative points from SADC guiding the input of everybody in the meeting. I think that was quite helpful. But the point that I want to say is there's this issue of modern technology and the trust that voters may have on that particular situation. I would say in the ANC, we interfaced with it in the conference of 2007 of the ANC, where people were saying, no, we want manual voting. We do not want electronic voting for fear of the manipulation and stuff like that. And we end up resorting to manual voting. But also if you check the elections of the United States in 2020, they were hybrid or divided into 2. There was that part that dealt with electronic voting, and those votes were won by the Democrats. But when people actually walked into the voting queues, those votes, majority of those votes went to the Republicans. So now this can also be seen as some form of voter mobilization. I can make an example. If in South Africa here, you can open Twitter, what X now, and say, let us vote. I'm sure the liberation movement will be out of power today. Very fast. Because you will be removed from power by thumbnail revolutionaries. People who sit in the comfort of their bed and just press and press and press and take you out of power. People who are not activists, who would not even take an activist task, even if you were to give them an opportunity to go and help the neighbors with anything, they won't go, but they will be able to remove the government without being activists, just because of applicable modern technology instruments. And I think that's one of the things that we need to observe when we deal with that. But the other point I want to make is about the opening of the democratic spaces, which is that is embedded in the guidelines and generally the freedoms that are located by all protocols. You know that one. Not all hegemonic voices will possess complex governance challenges. For instance, you open a democratic space for what alternative view? That's the question that we need to always ask. For instance, some organizations are built on the principles that are anti-democratic, anti-human rights, but they are strong and hegemonic in life. I can make an example about our country. We've got an organization called Tutula there in the township where I come from Soweto. Very strong inside the township, and I predict that in the local government election it will be even much stronger. But the organizations is built clearly on prescripts of xenophobia. The way in which they attack the issues of migration is beyond protocols, is beyond any form of alignment. It's just pure xenophobia.
But this, because of the opening of a clear democratic space, it can end up in government, the same Tutula. There are organizations that are formed as a segregationist organizations, and the national interest of South Africa professes unity. There are organizations that are built to pursue maybe a strong black agenda against white. There are organizations that are built as white people's organizations against blacks. And we have seen the recent examples of that with AfriForum going to plead for help in the United States, brandishing the government of South Africa as if it's anti-white. There was some levels of distortion against what is proposed as an expropriation bill and all that. So I think that some of the issues, and there are organizations that are also religiously fundamentalist. And the precursor of that has been the things that we have seen in the world because of wars that are built on religious exercises. And should that democratic space be open to organizations that are clearly saying we are going to mobilize against those who do not believe like we do? It's also another complex challenge. The last point, trust deficit of SADC. I think this one is a huge one. In 2021, there was a massacre in Swaziland. And then SADC Troika, I think is the organ of security, what, politics? Yes, the Troika. Went to Swaziland and the people were left without a voice. It went twice and it appeared that the whole Troika leaned on the side of the government of Swaziland. And the people remained in their conditions of injury, miming, destitution, poverty, and squalor when a necessary intervention was close to their shore at that particular time. So I'm saying that the trust deficit of SADC is a very fundamental issue. And then the very, very, very last point, what has been normalized as the group that can complain. In South Africa, if some parties can come up and say these elections are not free and fair, it can cause a stalemate. If DA can say that in South Africa and say elections were not free and fair, I can tell you, it will attract international attention. But there are some organizations like MK Party, it says that no, these elections were rigged. So we normalize seeing them as abnormal. After all, they're a corrupt party and so on. So what do they know about rigged elections and so on? So when we discuss the merit of politics, we need to check on what moral authority do we open and broaden these democratic spaces. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Right next to you. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Koyoga Zukumalo from Swazi Lives Matter, and thank you for raising the Swazi issue. And I can tell you, I think it goes beyond the trust deficit. I think that SADC is not accountable to itself and some of the principles that they have in terms of some of the issues, particularly on Swaziland. So obviously my interest is Swaziland. And I think that from some of the responses in terms of, the recommendations and, how SADC tries to really deal with some of the recommendations and implementation of the recommendations and how slow they are dependent on, each country and the conditions in that country. And I think one wants to raise the issue around these recommendations. As Swaziland is the last absolute monarch in the African continent. And I think that we must not speak of elections and enhancing democratic electoral practices without really looking at the issue of Swaziland. We are probably 50 years behind where everyone else is in terms of the electoral processes. And what has SADC done? Why does SADC continue to tolerate a regime that does not allow proper inclusivity, proper representation in terms of ideas? And some of the recommendations that come from yourselves as recently as 2023 is that the government must have an electoral reform. And yet we've had the same recommendations probably 10, 15 years ago. And it's not enough to say that in some countries it's slow. I do think that we must also answer the question around how do you expect a government that has been allowed the space to deal with impunity or to practice impunity in the many other areas that are pillars of democracy, that would include human rights. You allow that government of your, your member state to operate with impunity, but then you expect them when it comes to elections to be able to implement recommendations that reflect principles of a democratic election. And we must be able to address whether or not there is a lot of influence in terms of the political postures of member states and SADC being influenced on how they deal with particular member states on some of the issues. We should not be dealing with a Swaziland that is an absolute monarch. Swaziland in 2025 should not be left behind. And if you are talking about SADC integration, you can't talk about SADC integration without truly addressing some of the fundamental issues in which many SADC states are already far ahead, and the people of Swaziland, the citizens, are left behind in poverty because of some of the issues that SADC has the authority to deal with, but no willingness to deal with. I think I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. That was a very important point concerning Swaziland's democratic space and whether or not they're incongruent with the current SADC principles and guidelines. Tendai, then Ambassador Nhlapo, and then Clever.
Thank you, Lozi. I would like to say thank yous to our brother from SADC for such a comprehensive feedback. I always feel like sometimes our expectations on what SADC can do and cannot do are always exaggerated because of lack of understanding. And that has been my experience as an election observer and analyst in Southern African countries. There's always an exaggerated perception on what SADC can do and cannot do people. Often they don't understand its mandate on its parameters, where it can stop and what it can do. So there is always limited scope in terms of what SADC can observe within a member state, was because of these issues of, allow me to call it bureaucracy, because of respect of sovereignty, among other things, because it's guided by stakeholders within a member state. And then we all realize that as per SADC CIOM's methodology, there are things that they cannot interfere with. There's a point that of no interference that was not explored. And for example, if you look at, I always make reference to Mozambique, for example, most of Mozambique's elections have been contested because of the tabulation of results, counting and stuff. There's no interference in terms of election observation. You cannot be part of the process of tabulation, so there are always limitations. There's restricted access that we need to acknowledge, which is a shortfall in methodology. And also, while it is a shortfall, but it is also a positive point in the sense that it defines what election observation is, rather than monitoring. It's not a monitoring mission. And then I've also observed that the missions which impact these guidelines is about, because they depend on cooperation. Sometimes local stakeholders do not fully cooperate. What do I mean about this? I've experienced situations where political parties lie during election observation missions when you are consulting. They exaggerate things. There's an incident where in Namibia I was called by a political party to say, we are seeing so and so, this is what's happening. And then I said, do you mind check pictures? Can we come there? Give us the location. That was just a fabricated story and so forth. So you also realize that there's need to exercise that prudence, where information you receive from stakeholders, sometimes it's not always accurate. Then it impacts even the work of the mission itself. So the dependence on cooperation is always a tricky one, because sometimes the information you received is exaggerated. It's devoid from actually what is happening on the ground. And then finally, there's issue of resources and timelines of the mission, which always also impact the scope of analysis and observation of the missions, which then sometimes don't tally with what is stipulated in the guidelines.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think there's a question that we should ask ourselves. as we were discussing, we were talking about SADC. Who is SADC? Because we seem to be talking about something out of us, there, distant, which become a nuisance when we have elections, but otherwise got nothing to do with our daily lives. I think that's basically, for me, that's where the problem is. Because if we look at this institution called SADC, the C talks of a community. What happens in a community? Because the bureaucratization of this community is where our problems are. Because you can blame the secretariat, you can blame the SIAC. They can only move if the ministerial committee says, go, and give them the resources and the money to implement their own mandate. If it's a no, it's a no. And who are those who are doing that? The member states. We have got instances where nothing could be properly handled because the chair of the organ and sometimes the troika are on the agenda because of instability in those countries. But when it comes to their turn, suddenly they have to prevail in preventing and management of conflicts because that's what the organ is all about. So if this thing is going to be a mechanical process, just for the sake of making good for everybody, I think we'll be missing the point. We need to review why we have these institutions. Because if we don't review that, we're going to be in problem. Number two, Ambassador Zulu talked about governance, and she emphasized that several times. And we talk about institutions of governance. The basic and the most important, that's the one we do not care much about, except when they come and visit us to say, well, vote for them. Because we don't ask, who are these ones? Every time there's an election, there are new parties that crop up with manifestos. They make all sorts of promises and say anything. And then we go and vote, they are there. What is the purpose of their existence? What values and principles do they stand for? Because when they are there, they have jobs, because that's what they are looking for. Others want to be near the resources so that they can go and steal, because they've seen that there's a possibility for self-enrichment. So as long as we've got political parties with no purpose, but wrongdoing, forget about what you call democracy, because they won't be there in the interest of the people. So you can call it the government of the people, by the people, for the people. That's a historical construct. Even in Europe, it doesn't exist anymore, where it started. I think that's part of our problem. We need to think deeper and question some of these things. And seriously question some of these things. You take the DRC. Honestly, after 40 years of Mobutu and no political activity, serious drought, you've got parties springing out of Sun City, and then they're thrown into an election. If you have ever observed elections in the DRC, they will know that this is a fallacy. We'll never have a proper election with people who are prepared to govern. That's why that country is not being governed. But many other things are happening. So I think we need to rethink this thing, but the mindset must change, particularly from those of us the elite. We are the elite here. We cannot be comfortable and complacent when we know where the problems are. Because it's either we're co-opted into the system or we are going to scream from outside and do nothing about it. We have a very huge responsibility. Because if we talk about us and the masses there, I've heard distinct people talking about the masses down there. Being who, where, looking down on the masses down there. To do what about them or for them? Or for them to do what for you? I think we need to really visit this thing. Otherwise, we're going to find ourselves in this situation where so, well, okay, politics is a dirty game. I've heard that before. Politics is a dirty game. And that's why people can do things and say, well, what do you expect? And then next thing, the others who are too philosophical, they'll tell you that politics is the art of the possible. Art of the possible over whose lives? I think these are the questions that we have to really go deeper into and not be trapped in the fall of the Berlin Wall that opened up to what is called the New World Order with democracy, which nobody can understand sometimes what it means. Because even the authors are in trouble now in Europe.
Dr. Chikwanda, thank you, Masatla.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Dr. Clever Chikwanda. I'm a SALO associate. I'm a former mediation officer with the SADC Secretariat, but I'm here in my private capacity. Thank you for the platform to discuss SADC guidelines. I'm happy that most of the presenters, particularly from member states, spoke to the provisions of the media, all the all the rights, all the fundamental rights and what have we. But I've not had much emphasis on addressing election-related conflicts. It was mentioned, yes, by Ambassador Carmen, Ambassador Zulu, yes, she did, but less of that from member states. We should also be aware that there are provisions for addressing election-related conflicts in the guidelines. For example, paragraph 215 speaks to the promotion of electoral justice and best practice in the management of elections and mitigation of election-related conflicts. The other one is paragraph 711A, which speaks to reflecting on possible conflict situations in respective countries. It also speaks to development of mediation strategies before, during, and after elections. The emphasis I had from others here is purely about post-conflict violence, no, post-election violence. What comes into my mind in terms of mechanisms in different member states are what we call multi-party liaison committees. That entity is there in South Africa, that entity is there in Zimbabwe, that entity is there in Namibia. I'm not sure about the other member states. So part of my contribution here is to indicate that there are those provisions. Part of it also is to ask the member states to say, what mechanisms do you have in your space to address election-related conflicts, and what capacities are there? What are the challenges and the like? Thank you.
I would like to take two more hands, then we go back to the panelists and then we wrap up. Oh, the crew behind me is reprimanding me at the moment. So we'll go back to our panelists for their yeah. Oh, you see. Oh, on the virtual platform, are there any questions? I have not seen any
I'm
hands.
going to read the questions from the virtual platform.
Yeah, you're going to read them, yeah?
Is that fine?
Yep.
Okay, I'm Victor from Malawi. I feel the provision for participation of the diaspora is ambiguous and creates room for their exclusion from national elections. Why can't SADC accept that its member states have people in diaspora and make it a point that they be allowed to participate in elections without hindrances? The perception sometimes is that SADC is really a club of comrades, as pointed out by the Zimbabwean speaker, who I feel made self-interested decisions and rules. Shinai. Oh, wait, that was from Victor Kwima. This is Chenai Mutambasere. It's unfortunate to take on diaspora vote, especially given the economic importance of the diaspora constituency. This also shows a flaw in the process of creating these principles, as it poses a moral dilemma, as heads of states might be guided more by what supports their incumbency rather than what supports their agenda for democracy. There really must be an urgent review of the SADC principles that takes a proper and preemptive approach in light of GENAI. Then Theodora B. Dlamini says, I was hoping the SADC representatives would elaborate on the SADC tribunal and what it has done in issues where the observer mission flagged some issues. Secondly, the issue of the diaspora vote. I'm not convinced that SADC is serious with member states to ensure that this right is enjoyed by all member state citizens. Then from Janet Munakamwe. Trust issues and the question of mandate, including governance structure in ensuring objectivity in the event of disputed elections. To what extent are the SADC principles taken into account? In many cases, it seems like political solutions, if not solidarity, take center stage as opposed to invoking of statutes. What exactly is the nature of the SADC principles, voluntary or statutory? That's the end of the questions.
Thank you so much, Lily. I would like now move back to our panelists for answering some of the comments, and then for 1 minute each.
Okay,
I've been
you
told
1 minute.
not a political 1 minute, like a proper 1 minute. Yeah. Over to you.
I mean, I think there's been quite a lot of comprehensive, especially from the SADC. Thank you for that very comprehensive checklist. I think it provides us with, interest. And I think particularly your plea about getting more people to be part of the proposal for change, because I think that will actually trigger that ownership dimension, so that it's not something that is distant, because again, with the African Union, we see it, a group of African leaders coming together, at meetings and finding, ways and means of supporting each other. So I think really this bottom-up approach, which you're proposing, needs to be really maybe disseminated as part of the SADC guidelines, and I think that helps. The diaspora, I think that is something that has come recurrently, because a lot of our citizens are in the diaspora. Now, obviously, there is not a fit one all model where the diaspora can be included, because I think it depends on the electoral model of each and every country. It depends on the level, and one question very often that comes up, or one reflection, the diaspora is not as, they would say, is not as participatory as we when we are in our own countries. So how do you sort of, address this issue of participation, involvement, be careful about, I think, diaspora capture, who are they, who are they supporting, and what are the levels of support? So I think it's a series of very complex questions, because also that we come from 54 countries with different, different cultural, electoral, and political nomenclature. So I think we need to sort of really go granular, and then, then once we find the common threads, try and sort of see how we can use that. But I think there's no miracle force model, but it's just about first knowing the principles, owning them, and then getting the people to sort of action upon that.
Thank you.
Okay, my comments would be on the electoral cycle, like that we tend to focus our discussions on the post rather than the pre. And something that we've observed in our post-election campaign is that we really emphasize on the fact that the electoral process does not necessarily start when you decide to go register to vote. And it's actually a recurring thing. And one thing I realize is what we do as an organization that speaks on youth voter apathy and reaches to our citizens. Our mandate, we work with politicians, we work with we even work with those who want to stand for office, try to educate them in how to handle their emotions, for example, in how to resolve conflict, in how to utilize the measure the what do you call it, how to utilize the measures in place, how to make use of them as individuals and as parties. And we usually engage in exchanges in the different US counterparts, and it is something that it's just open to you guys, that maybe as SADC member states we can actually put in place measures that will allow us to have those exchanges within the region, so that we don't only send people outside the region, like Rukaya has mentioned. We come from different cultural and political backgrounds, and as a result, I believe that issues of the region are specific to the region, and therefore it is best that we do it regionally. And yeah, that's about it.
Thank you so much. Over to you.
No, I think there were no specific questions directed to me, but just to make the observation that I like the response about the precision in framing the recommendations when they come out. And I think also we're talking about inclusion, including the marginalized, including women, including the youth. But some of these recommendations as they come out, they probably are not nuanced towards, for example, people with disabilities, the ones that cannot read or the ones that cannot see. So I think also it's important that I think member states, commissions, as well as others really must look at the differences and the nuanced disabilities that are there so that people can access information. So mine is really just the issue of access to information. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ambassador Zulu, do you want to have a small comment as a parting shot?
Okay. Thank you very much. My parting shot really is going back to what Ambassador Nhlapo said about the region. Who are we? What are we about? How do we connect to each other? But most importantly for me is lessons learned from each other. We must be very consistent, because for SADC, it becomes very difficult when now they have to go to a summit, and it's only at summits that there'll be arguments, if there are any. There'll be arguments, but when all is said and done, going back to the citizens, it is about the people. If we can try and focus on the people and have the political will, the biggest problem is the political will. The DRC is, for me, a pain. We've been on this DRC thing since early 2000, 1999, when former President Mandela went to that ship. I don't know what it was called. And then there's been in and out people going there to say we are going to try and assist the electoral system, but nothing ever comes out of it. And I just think, quite frankly, a lot of people go there to make the money and come back. It's like people who go and dig the hole and leave it open like that. So if we can have the consistency of organizations like SALO, not to be motivated and moved only because there's going to be elections somewhere, but consistency in the discussions. Swaziland is another. I have an affinity because my mother is Swati, and every time I go there, she says, "Are you sure uzophinda ubuyele kahle ekhaya? Bangakwenzanga lutho?" You know, so the consistency, and also the organizations like SALO. It might be good for you to partner with others who are progressive, who are in the same line with you, pull resources together and have some programs that are consistent, that are specifically targeting on the young people for their own future. Because if young people are not being harnessed by ourselves, we were harnessed when we were young. Somebody saw opportunity and made sure that we grow in it. Why is it that now we're leaving them to their own vices, and at the end of the day, they also do their own conclusions, which might not necessarily be something that's good for the African continent? Thank you.
On that note, I hope SADC releases the new version of the SADC principles and guidelines in due course, because without that version, you leave the citizens out of the electoral processes of this region. And then it becomes very critical when we're engaging with the electoral process of this region that we are both state actors and non-state actors are on the same page. And therefore, it's very critical as we develop this document, a handbook towards the SADC principles and guidelines, and for us when we make recommendations to the body of SADC, especially the Secretariat and other organs, they be very conscious that this does not come from a place of an angry civil society or an angry citizenry. It comes from deliberations among civil society actors, political parties, and even state actors about these recommendations. So going forward, we hope that SADC itself is more responsive and also taking into consideration technology and basing it on this community that it claims to serve. So without that connection with the communities and the people on the ground, SADC itself will continue to become this foreshadow in a community that's above everything else, but no one truly understands. And therefore, I hope SADC itself takes this initiative of going to the people and communities, engaging, putting their documents online, and having researchers participate in these discussions. That's very important. I would like to bring on my colleague, Inika Stemet, to do closing remarks before we head off to lunch. Wait, one more. Ambassador Zulu.
Before the closing remarks, you know, when SALO started, you will recall, Ribs, that I used to plead that you invite university students who were doing international relations. It happened a few times, especially with Zimbabwe issues. I'm still asking you, please go back to that. They might be in class as we are sitting here, but you'd be surprised. From the universities that have international relations, we used to have students from VETS, UJ, and UNISA, if I'm not mistaken. Please do bring them, because this is a platform. It's almost like a cup which is full where they can drink. And I think you can maybe find some sponsors or something of that sort, because this kind of engagement with the generation who is in class, and they are going to decide on what their theses and other things are going to be. This is the platform that influences them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Zulu.
Thank you so much, everyone. I'm not going to do closing remarks because we are very late. I think the venue is about to come snipe me. So just thank you so much to all of our speakers. Thank you to everyone who traveled from the region to come be with us today. We really appreciate it. Thank you to Ambassador Zulu. And everyone who joined us today, all our participants, thank you so much. We really appreciate this. And lastly, thank you to the New Zealand High Commission once again for making this possible. Without their help, these things can't happen. So thank you so much. Just some quick house rules. Lunch is in the restaurant, so if we can all hurry down. And if our speakers can quickly just stay behind, we just want to take a quick photo. Okay, thank you so much.